motherfuckers get the shit.
You get the shit with me. Me? Shit.
And I'm really sorry to hear that Neil's dad passed away, so our hearts go out to you, Neil. He was supposed to join us today. And this is our morning chat for Sunday. I got Neil and Andy with me. How you doing, fellas?
Very good, Greg.
Yeah. How you doing, Andy? Meant Nick and Andy.
Yeah, good, Greg.
All right. So, what do you guys? Have you guys been? What have you guys been into lately? What have you been looking at since we last talked? Not much.
I've been looking at a bit of everything.
Yeah, me too.
No, I've been looking at a bit of everything.
I do that too. Yeah. You know,
Well, quite a lot of three-eye atlas, a bit of a three-eye atlas speculation going on still. There's been sort of a lot of black hole stuff going on, which obviously, they found opposing beams going out the back end of the black hole now, as well as the front end of the black hole.
Is that right?
So I mean, so it looks totally like a Bennett pinch, you know. It totally like.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it looks like now. But they're saying it's a black hole with opposing beams going along its axis, you know.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, which is really funny. And then I watched recently something I found interesting, which was a glass ball of xenon, and they put it in, you know, a very simple coil. Put a magnetic field through the coil and turn the lights off, and if you it sets up this field in the plasma, and you can see these kind of filaments forming. But then if you put your hands around it in the correct way, you can get these filaments to start the head of the filament joining its tail, like that snake Ouroboros. And it starts then, and then it brings all the energy from all the rest of the plasma into what looks like a kind of snake eating itself. But of course, it's one of these plasma solitons, and it takes all the energy out of the plasma and uses it in this self-contained ring of energy. I just thought that was really, you know, an amazing thing, because these are the formations that they're seeing something sucking, one of these things sucking some energy out of the sun, and they're thinking this is what's happening with the 3A Atlas. That it's as it gets closer to the sun, it's actually charging itself up for the return journey out, basically. So they're saying it's almost like a living creature that's coming to grazing and feeding, and then sort of off it goes again. And the others, you see, there's been these solar blasts that have come off, and it's been detected in the motion of those two other incoming comets, but it wasn't detected in the 3I Atlas. So they're saying this is another reason why it's so different to other things. And as well, they can't accept why the comet started outgassing so far away from the sun, when comets normally have to get quite close before they start gassing out.
Oh, really?
So they're trying to say that it's kind of a completely unique chemical composition than things we've seen previously. But it's generating 40 kilos of water per minute or something like that, thrusting out per second, or I think it might be per second.
You did your homework. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, but also there's we've been having discussions about the actual water being produced by fusion reactions, and of course, this is where it gets really complicated, and but it seems to be tying in quite a lot with the work of that Leonard Fleischmann Memorial Project. That guy, Robert Grenier, he talks in riddles a little bit, and he's very highly technical. But he's been making these sort of soliton plasma balls in the lab. And he's treating them as basically like they're little black holes, basically, that destroy. They do a yin and yang thing. They destroy the matter on one side of this little black ball, and then produce it on the other side, and it all happens in this yin and yang ball of energy. If they encounter, I don't know, they suck in energy from their environment, and so they move around like little creatures, like getting bigger and bigger.
Wow, where did you get this from? You got this from ESA? Or is this a theory?
Well, they're investigating this low temperature nuclear fusion.
Okay. And they say
so
that's going on the comet?
Yeah, it happens everywhere. It's a natural process. These little blue orbs that people see flying around sometimes. These seem to be happening on a really tiny microscopic level, all over the place.
I got that reminds me of something that I just picked up watching Rogan. I think he was interviewing that guy who has a theory about the Great Pyramid. Apparently, they discovered a huge labyrinth underneath the Great Pyramid. Have you heard about that?
Oh yeah, I mean it's been legendary. I mean the labyrinth was talked about by, I think, Herodotus. He mentioned it in his writings. So that'd be 2,000 years ago, and he was saying it was said that the right on the island of Crete, where King Minos lived,
Yeah,
he
that's
he
right.
built a maze. He built a maze in his palace where the Minotaur lived,
Yep, that's
and
right.
Herodotus said that under the pyramid was that had fit in the pyramid 1,000 times.
Yes, it had 80 columns on each side, and the columns are like the ones, at that place where the giant hall is with all the hieroglyphics. I mean, it's the giant columns, like 40 feet high, and they
Yeah,
had 80 on each side. And that's what
yeah,
Herodotus said.
yeah, yeah.
So that, and then in the middle, there appears to be a tic-tac shaped metallic device.
Maybe that interacted somehow with that pyramid. It's all they're always polarized systems, aren't they? There's
Yeah,
always a negative and a positive going on,
yeah,
and it was some kind of interface between the Earth energies, the geodesic energy, and cosmological energies. It
yeah.
was some kind of interface that
They,
that
yeah, they were creating some kind of piezoelectricity that would rise and they could use it somehow into the pyramid the way it was shaped. So,
yeah.
I guess energy emanated from the top when you put the capstone on, and it fired the energy to all of those big long poles. What do they call those things? They got those
Well,
really
they were
high.
walking around with these.
That's it.
They were walking around with these like antennas, weren't they? They look like sticks with kind of weird shapes on the end.
Yeah,
Uh, you
yeah,
wonder if it's some kind of device that can pick up and transmit, electric power or something. I don't know.
right.
Uh, some way of focusing that energy.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. There are a few theories, and I think it probably functioned as more than just one need. Like perhaps it purified water. Because I mean, if you're gonna survive, you gotta have water, and it's gotta be
yeah,
clean.
yeah,
So
totally.
yeah, if there was a stream or a river running along, that would make complete sense. You know.
Well, plus these things, a lot of these things, oxygenate. They make an absolutely fantastic breathable environment.
Yeah.
There's that easy water getting produced everywhere, which is meant to be very good for you.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and and I think if all the frequencies are right for the, totally just perfect for life to flourish, I think that's probably what they were trying to achieve. They were probably really fantastic palaces, with beautiful light and art, and the atmosphere was perfect, and
Yeah. It
um,
seems as though a lot of somebody, got through the doomsday event in this labyrinth, living under the ground.
yeah,
Because it
yeah,
goes down like I don't know how many feet, 100 feet, maybe more. Perhaps that was enough to get him through. Because they did it in the Grand Canyon too. So there was more than just one place to ride out the storm.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they go pretty deep. That's it's just I just
Well,
heard about it the
how
other day.
how does it tie in with these satellite readings when they did that sort of um, LiDAR kind of scan that went down thousands of feet? That they
Yeah,
thought there was an enormous structure going down, didn't they? These huge columns going down miles.
yeah,
Uh,
yep,
uh,
that's right. Yep. And
so
who knows? You know, if you, I mean, have you ever seen the movie The Fourth Kind?
What? Sorry,
Yeah,
Greg.
long time ago.
Yeah, that movie.
Movie The Fourth Kind.
It's crazy.
No.
It's in Nome, Alaska, and it's a true event. It really happened. This psychiatrist lady she had these patients that were having these just terrible nightmares, and it turns out that Nome was being tormented by a UFO. Well, you'd have to see the movie, but in the movie they got a recording. The lady was leaving a recording, just talking about a patient, and she fell asleep and left the recorder on. And the creatures that came to her house spoke, and you could hear them, and it turned out to be ancient Sumerian. It's a really good movie, and it's a true story. It just blew my wig back after I saw it. You know, I wasn't. It's one of the movies like, let's just watch this. I got nothing to see, and I definitely recommend watching it. I mean, how could she make up a male voice speaking Sumerian? I don't know.
Well, yeah. Well, I think people do tune into events from the past. I really do think that happens. You know, I think it happens in dreams. You know, I think time is a construct that we've somehow put together to explain.
Well, that's what Einstein said. He said time or what clocks say. That's basically all it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're always constantly
So
moving into the future.
Well, that's it, and you know that sort of means we're kind of part of a continuum, which is amazing, really amazing. Well, I mean, that is the dichotomy. Are we is it a digital thing, on-off thing? Does existence flicker on and off, and you know, or is it you know, in a sequence, or is it a continuum? Is it all integrated and tied together, like the worm Ouroboros, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's sorry.
No. I'm glad you're expanding on it because it's interesting. I don't know that much about it. You know, I just saw the Joe Rogan talk and it got me interested. But you know, my daughter was here from college for a couple of days, so I had to take advantage. I haven't been able to get into much since.
Right, great.
Yeah.
How's she doing? Is she doing well, Greg?
Oh yeah.
She enjoying it still?
She's loving it. Yeah, she's doing
brilliant.
Really good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very proud of her. She's a little college girl, you know. She's a sophomore this year. And she's a really good girl, you know. She doesn't swear, she doesn't take drugs or drink or nothing like that. Yeah. And she's doing great, you know. But anyway, so yeah, and I've been kicking myself in the pants trying to get off my butt because human beings are meant to be mobile. We're not meant to just lay in bed. You'll walk away to nothing and die if you do that.
That's right.
Yeah, you have to want it. You gotta get up and kick yourself in the butt. You know? I'm starting to feel better. My tongue isn't burning at least. That stopped. So no more pain pills.
That's right.
Which is
Brilliant.
Good. Yeah. So you know,
that makes a big difference when the pain resides. You know, it takes a while, but you know, it makes a big difference in your life. You know, so it'll just carry on. It'll just carry on slowly, but it'll be gone soon. I think now, Greg.
Yeah, that's you know, my ultimate goal. What was that, Andy?
Greg, your voice even sounds more deeper in this call.
Really?
So, improvement depth of your voice is very significant to where you were 2-3 weeks ago.
Well, that's really good to hear, and you know, I'm doing everything I can, and I believe we can use this as a benchmark. You know, for you can compare the videos to see my improvement, perhaps.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
You'll notice it. You'll notice it then yourself. You really will.
Yeah.
You can measure it. If you can measure it, that makes the difference, doesn't it? You can improve it.
Right. Yeah. Because it's not. It's it caused a lot of anxiety because there's no escape from it. I have to deal with it 24/7,
Yeah.
and that takes a lot out of my creativity. So
Yeah.
I'm making myself sit down and be creative. And I made that video yesterday. I worked on it all day and put it out somewhere around 8 o'clock at night. The voice is old, but the video is new, you know. That's the first video I built in a long time. Did I enjoy making it? Yeah.
Did you enjoy making it?
Yeah. Yeah, I did. I just wish the audio was a little better. But it's older audio, you know. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good. I miss it. And now that I'm starting to deal with this better, my creativity's coming back, you know.
Great stuff.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I mean, I didn't need a walker or anything, but it was hard just to walk to the corner, you know. So I've had to force myself to walk and ride bike and bowl. We went bowling the other day for the first time in like 3 months, and had a good time.
That's it. You've got to build up your core strength, because when that goes, that's it. If you lose it, well, which you do lose it, your core strength, it takes a long time to get that, but you know, just gradually keep at it, and it'll come back, Greg.
Yeah, that's right. And I bought some weights, and I'm lifting some dumbbells and stuff. So yeah, I plan on being around for a while, man. I'm not gonna just sit around and feel sorry for myself. I have to bust my butt, you know.
Yeah, you come out stronger. You come out stronger. You know, you come out stronger when you go through an hardship. You know, that's the nature of the game. When you do recover, you're a stronger man. That's what happens.
What's that saying? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger?
Yes. Hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I believe that, yeah.
Well, Greg, I think also through this journey you've had, there's one person who's been a solid rock by your side, and that's your son, Greg.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, what he's done.
Without a doubt. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, I owe him a lot. He manages my appointments. And,
well,
you know, and it saves
I hope it's given him back.
What's that?
Greg, I hope it's given younger Greg back confidence in himself too, because like as you and I know, in the last few years he has had a fair few kickings.
Yeah.
And I'm just hoping that this gives him the confidence back to enjoy things again.
Yes. Well, he's been vital. He's been vital.
Yeah, let him know that he is an important contributor to everything.
Yeah, you know, Nate's been good too. Nate's been good too. You know, he's just a kid. He doesn't know what time it is. But, you know, that's like most young people's generation today. I'm talking 2019, 2021. They got their heads up their butts. Not all of them, but a lot of them. What do they call them, Gen Z? Or are they millennials? I can't remember. But yeah, they don't think too deep.
Yeah, and the new one. The new ones are called Generation Digital or something.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
The digital generation. Yeah. Well, that's for sure. You grow up with, way before this now. When we were kids,
sorry, it's all bullshit. But
when we were kids, we were lucky if we had an Etch-a-Scratch. We didn't have the internet and video games. And I think, a lot of that desensitization that's going on in the world by, people celebrating someone's death and whatnot, probably comes from all the video games that are all violent, every one of them.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a nonchalant act on a video game, isn't it? And just go around and pop about 200. So just saying that, it's just like they've seen it a million times. What the fuck, that's it. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad.
I watched my son play this game called Red Dead Redemption. And,
oh yeah.
And he just runs around killing everybody, even women. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? He's like, I'm just having fun. Everybody's shooting at him. He's running around shooting horses and killing old guys on the porch.
Like, I think you get points for it all.
You're a mass murderer.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's all part of the entertainment.
Yeah.
It's strange. However, I went back on Facebook for the first time in a few years.
Yeah.
And I got this friend request. Alison Embry, and anyway, it turns out that she's this girl, the first girl I asked out when I was 16. I think she was 15.
Oh, she looked it up. How'd that excellent?
Yeah, I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her since I was probably 20, about 19 or 20. And so yeah, she rang me up. She got in touch out of the blue, which was just absolutely. I was just so made up that she finally forgave me after all these years. Because
cool.
I know, because I really was crazy about her. But the thing is, she was so gorgeous. She was probably about 4 inches taller than me at the time. She was about 5'8". She was about the same height as me. But if she used to go out in high heels, and because I was conscious about my height being when I was 16, I just kind of bottled it and just kind of went off with this other girl instead, and it really broke her heart. And then she tortured me for a few years. She'd never go back with me or anything like that.
Yeah.
And she went and got married. She'd been married for 40 years, and and so she lives a couple hundred miles away from here. But it was just really fun. I was just so made up to anyway that she forgave me after all that time, which is pretty nice, Things kind of loose ends wrap up, don't they? And that's a really nice karma. That how it's finished, that is lovely,
Yeah.
So I've sent her a couple of photos.
Yeah. Well, maybe you guys will hook back up. You never know. You never know.
Well, she's married, Greg, and okay. I respect her too much to fuck that up. Oh, yeah. Excuse me.
No, it's all right.
I mean, it'd be a dream come true, like, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes anyway.
Yeah. I haven't dipped my toes in the water of dating since my divorce. I don't think I'm going to. I'm good. I've lost everything I had twice, so right now, if I could have kept my marriage together, I'd be 5 years away from having my house paid off. I'd be sitting so pretty right now. But
Yeah,
she had other plans, and I should have saw the writing on the wall, but I didn't. It's ancient history now, but
you can never see it on the wall when you live in it. You can never read it as though you know. It's not obvious when you're actually involved in it. You know.
yeah,
You don't see the situation clearly. You know. Well, not clearly from that perspective. I mean, you know.
I divorced her. I called her cheating on me, so I just said we're done. You know.
Yeah.
And she left, and she wanted to, so it was mutual, really. And,
yeah.
I married someone too young, and that was my mistake. But
yeah.
you know, you can marry somebody your age and it don't work out too. So, you know, hey, I had a good family life for about 10 years, and I lived the dream. And then everything fell apart in 2010. And it took me a while to get back on my feet. You know, I get back on my feet and I get cancer. That's how life is.
It's all part of the. It's all part of the ride. It's all part of the ride.
Yeah, it is right. We kind of we only have so much to say in our lives, and all we can do is the best we can. That's it. You know.
Yeah.
Life goes by so fast. It's amazing. It was just 2010, just a couple of years ago. But no, it was 15 years ago. What? You know?
Yeah.
It seems like yesterday. You know, I remember when I first met Andy, he was driving trains. Remember that, Andy?
Yeah, I remember that, Greg.
I think he still is driving trains.
No, he retired. He retired.
I know.
Yeah, do you miss it?
Time to do something else. No, I was ready to go.
Yeah.
If you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So I've never missed it. You know?
How long have you been retired now, Andy?
That's been the beauty of it. Three and a bit years.
Yeah, about 3 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, 'cause he used to call me. He used to call me when he was in his engine, going down the track. I've got some recording of it.
Yeah.
The video.
Yeah, I remember Andy being at work. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, taking the midnight train to Sydney. Yeah.
So anyway,
Have you ever?
now I play around with bees, cattle. I've got a few of them left. It's been a pretty bad drought here.
Have you ever been to Perth?
Yep.
What's it like? I mean, it's way over on the side of the continent by itself, I see. What's it like in Perth?
Nice. It's a nice place because it is fairly isolated, but there's big money there from all mining in Western Australia. Like there's huge money for that Western Australia area because of the mining.
Yeah.
But it is. I don't mind Perth. Yeah.
It's what?
So it's a 3,500 kilometre drive, which would be about 2,000 miles.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. That's like.
And it's not like I suppose it's like some of those western states in the US where you've got miles and miles of open road and all you got is sort of sandy country with a few scrubby trees on it. So, yeah.
Okay.
But it takes you about 30, actually full driving time is around 36 hours.
For you to get there? Yeah, I know it's a long ways. I noticed it's on the coast by itself there. Yeah. And I was going to ask you, Nick, I'm sorry. Did you happen to catch any of the Ozzy stuff before he died?
No, I didn't.
They played in Birmingham. He did a 9-hour show was he had a lot of people there, but Black Sabbath performed last, and
Right.
he was in the 5th stage of Parkinson's, and he was all messed
Right.
up. But he cleaned
Yeah.
himself up, and he did that last show, and it killed him.
Right.
Yeah. I just, because isn't Ozzy kind of like a legend in England? I would think he would be. He come from Birmingham.
Well, yeah, it was, but I mean, he went from kind of the biggest band in the world, and then he did a few TV shows, reality TV shows, where he were acting like an absolute idiot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
But people
loved
it. People loved it.
Well, yeah, I mean, he lost sort of credibility in a lot of ways, but then he became more human in other ways. So,
well,
yeah,
the story of his comeback is just amazing. His manager was Sharon's dad. He managed Black Sabbath, and after they kicked him out because he was doing too much drugs. And they were too, by the way, but, apparently Ozzy couldn't handle himself. She said, if you clean yourself up, I'll be your manager. And then they got a guitar player named Randy Rhoads. And he pretty much did what Eddie Van Halen did. He revolutionized metal with his playing style. He was a great guitar player. He ended up crashing in an airplane that were dive bombing the van. You know that story?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, when I saw him, Greg, it was Tony Iommi, I think, on the guitar.
Yeah. That's Black Sabbath. Yeah. Yeah.
But go on, tell us about this. Yeah.
Well, when Ozzy first got back, because she was a mess. He wasn't going to go anywhere. He was thinking he had to go back to Birmingham, work in the factories. And Sharon showed up and said, I'll manage you if you clean up. So he said, okay. So he got himself clean, to his credit, and he ran into a guitar player that auditioned guitar players, and Randy just warmed up, and Ozzy said, you got the gig. And he ended up being a revolutionary. He released that album, Blizzard of Oz, and it was mega successful. He even got bigger than Black Sabbath for a while, because Ronnie James Dio started singing for Sabbath, which I love, Heaven and Hell. That's a great song. And so that worked out. But so then he became top there. He's in the Hall of Fame twice. Once as a solo artist, and once in Black Sabbath. So
I mean, he certainly had a really compelling voice. That high-pitched voice, kind of sort of pretty devilish kind of.
Well, I still remember the first time I heard the song Black Sabbath from their first album, and it was like nothing I ever heard before. I was hooked.
Yeah.
I was 17 years old. I was coming up, and that Black Sabbath just splashed onto the scene, and it was pretty crazy. Then all of a sudden all these other heavy metal bands started coming out, like Metallica and all that. But Black Sabbath was the first,
They were really, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Music, there's a lot of great musicians in England. A lot of great musicians. And in Australia, too. That's where AC/DC comes from.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
AC/DC were great when they started as well. I remember, Problem Child, that was probably...
yeah, Bon Scott.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a great frontman. I love Bon Scott. That was terrible that he died. Those guys, they get into that world and there's no coming back sometimes.
No, I mean, once you're nailing a couple of bottles of vodka a day and everything else, the whole body or the nervous system packs up one way, one or the other, doesn't it?
Yeah. Have you guys heard anything new about the Charlie Kirk? What's that, Angie?
Yeah. I think the biggest problem is you go back and have a look at some of those great bands, musicians, and that over the years.
Yeah.
A combination of the fans and the media expect too much.
Oh yeah,
right? And we don't let them ever have that good time of life. So that's just what I think. And you look at Ozzy over the years, you know, like there was a lot of people made a lot of money out of him. You know, so he wasn't always given good advice. And of course, as you said before, the drink and the drugs often caused him. I just think if he had got stuck in that rut, you know, like how big they could have become.
Right. Yeah, and
because
that's
really,
they always.
You know, you got to say the same if you have a look. You say the same with Michael Jackson. If he hadn't got that injury that time and then all the drugs and everything that went after it, what would have he produced? You know, like that never got done because of that. You know,
Yeah, I watched that movie, This Is It, with my daughter because she loves Michael Jackson. And you could tell he lost it.
Yep.
He didn't have it anymore. And it's just ironic that they filmed his rehearsals because they never did that before. It's almost as if it was planned, you know?
Yeah.
It appears to me that he was murdered. They took him out. Because
music industry is the guy. It's this contractual business, and it's the royalties at the end of it. They go on for a lot of time, don't they? So whoever's got the rights to them has just got a money printing machine for a few years, you know. So they really want that.
Lawyers in Hollywood like to say there's nothing better than a dead star to get rich on. Yeah. That's for sure. Hollywood was founded by people that were not good people. They were into black magic, they were into devil worship, and they were pedophiles. That's what there's a book out called Hollywood Babylon, Hollywood, something like that. It tells the history of how Hollywood got started. It's pretty ugly. Yeah.
I'm sure it is. I mean, I think it seems like all these, you know, it's like these people trafficking kind of mafias get control of the, you know, systems that were meant to, I don't know, like entertainment. You know, why has that become such a... Oh, because the contracts are lucrative, and so then, a lot of the women are attracted there, have to do, you know, sex acts to get the job.
Yeah.
And then, you know, then it just continues, doesn't it? They're just using them like prostitutes, really, and so they're under control.
Yeah. They're just not... They're evil, it seems to me, you know. I don't know. I don't know how a human being could mistreat another human being the way that people are mistreated.
It's a science. They've got it down to a science.
Well, Greg, I came across a video, and then I went and looked and read a bit more on it. What caused Neanderthal to die out?
What caused what?
Right? The Neanderthal to die out.
Okay.
You know, disappear.
Yeah.
Become extinct. Right? And at the end of it, you'd have to conclude we ate them.
We ate them.
We ate them. You know, so, yep.
Well, maybe that's what Ted claims, you know.
When Nick's saying about a lot of things goes on, well, I still think there are groups that practice them sort of systems, you know, and it seems to be they're able to get away with it. So, and you look at the court system now, it doesn't seem to be often about what's the truth, right? It seems to be more about a debating game within the frameworks that are written within legislation. So I think that's one of the big issues is the court system should be about obtaining the truth, not justice.
Yeah, well, that's right, Andy. But those truths are enshrined in our constitution, and you know, without reference, without the law having reference to that constitution, we don't have any rights. Now, those rights are our birthright. Everyone's born with certain rights. You know, the right to grow up and breed, and the right to have shelter and community, all those kind of rights. You know, and that is what's being eroded now. You know, what we call our God-given rights. They don't want, in a communist state, they don't want people to have God-given rights. They want them to have state-provided rights.
Exactly.
And this is why our value systems are being attacked so much, and even replaced if they can with other ones.
Well, they attempted while Biden was president. They attempted to bring in so many immigrants that it would change the demographics of the country. Because let's face it, we know it, and we can actually talk about it now. But there has been a war on white people for the last 30 years, and
it's still going
white
on here,
people are
pal.
leading the charge. You know, and they want they want to mess everything up so that they can rule the way they want to. There's still too many people around who know the God-given rights, the Constitution, and they think level-headedly. They want to get rid of those people. They want everybody to just be chattel.
That's right.
And live off the cheap, you know.
Well, that's what they're doing here. It's working in this country, Greg, right now.
Yeah.
It's what's happening.
Yeah, they attempted it here, but failed thanks to Trump. I mean, it's really the only thing he's done right. I mean, he stopped the immigration flow. I just disagree with his policy in the Middle East.
It seems to be working so far.
Well, yeah.
It's a volatile place. It's a volatile place, and you know, I agree. Israel has got to be really taken into hand, big style. It ought to really just withdraw and stop its, you know, and then the other troops can disarm Hamas and start to get these violent people out of the equation, and then start to rebuild the place. It won't happen. But you see, what they'll end up doing is they'll build a massive prison, probably, and who knows where, you know, what the plans are. But they certainly want to Islamize this place, and so maybe they'll move all the Gazans here, along with all the Syrians and all the rest of it, and move the English into Gaza, into that prison camp. It'll be something along those lines.
Yeah. Right.
So.
And, you know, that's just leave it up to government to ruin everything. We were talking about that last time. I mean, we're on the brink. I mean, in Ukraine, I guess, you know, Putin unleashed his T-90 tanks on the Ukraine, thinking that, you know, it's going to dominate. They took them out just like they did the older tanks with drones. I mean, here you got a $5 million tank. You can't take it out because a little $1,200 drone with a bomb on it can destroy it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of changed war a lot, these drones.
Well, the thing is now, Trump said, right, if you want to carry on this war, Europe, you pay for it. We're going to withdraw, and that is fair enough.
No, I like
that is fair enough.
Yes.
Because the only people who want this war really is the EU. No people want it. Nobody at all, people-wise, wants this war. Apart from this corrupt, failing globalist unit, the EU, that's in control at the moment of us. We've got another 4 years to put up with this traitor Starmer or whoever they replace him with. The worrying thing is that his number one replacement is going to be that Pakistani woman. She's an Islamic militant, just about.
I mean, what's going on?
And she's going to be prime minister of the country.
What is going on with the West? It's we're losing it.
Well, we've got an illegitimate government in power. They're breaking all our national laws. They're doing whatever they like. They're putting us in prison for conversations like this. And that's that's the way.
Be careful with what you say. Yeah, they'll be knocking on your door.
Yeah, well.
With some handcuffs.
Well, they won't get any work out of me, pal.
I hear it's really, really bad in Germany.
Yeah.
And it's sad to see because the German culture is a proud culture.
Yeah.
And so is the English culture. And I hate to see that. When you come to a new country, you're supposed to assimilate. But they're not doing that anymore. They're coming and maintaining the same laws and everything in their country.
Well, Birmingham in England is the third largest city in England, and now it's more than 50% immigrants. It's every some parts are 90% immigrant.
Yeah.
Some are 50%, and they've actually banned Jewish people from going to the town under threat of violence. These cities are now being run by their own little Islamic states, and and they run Sharia law in these cities for their own people, which is very different to English law, and it's illegal in this country. And this is what our government's doing to us at the moment, because they want to unify us back into Europe, so that it can call Europe a country, and then we have no rights. We have no civil rights over the last 1,000 years that have been enshrined in our law. That's all gone.
No,
and this is what they're trying to achieve.
The guys who fought in World War II. I just got done watching Band of Brothers with my son. And what those guys went through, and for all Canada, U.S., and England, going through Belgium and Holland, fighting the Nazis to win that war, they would all turn over in their graves if they saw where the country and the world is going right now. It's just,
I think they left it. I think they left it till now, till all the Second World War veterans had died before they start pulling these stunts. I think that's why they timed it like they did.
Yeah, that's right. And they want to get rid of the baby boomers too, because
that's it.
They want to be able to rewrite history the way they think it should have happened, instead of the way it happened. And they dumb down the population, which has been going on for 30 years.
Yeah, and they want to be part of that ruling elite, the 1% that isn't touched by any of these laws, the 1% that lives in palaces, and everyone else is basically got no property, just what they give you.
Yeah, and all these...
It's a form of enslavement that they're trying to inflict on us, and they're trying to use digital means, any means they can. It's all about taking away your human rights and your freedoms.
Yes.
Not just human rights, but your national rights.
I don't know about the Republicans, but one thing that gets me is just about every single Democrat in Congress is a multi-millionaire. Now let's take AOC. You know who she is, right? The Latino Congresswoman. I think she's from Florida. I'm not sure, but she has $22 million. She's only been in Congress for 6 years, making $170,000 a year. How can someone accumulate wealth that much in that short a span of time?
Well, they get wealthy sponsors. They get wealthy sponsors for putting certain ideas forward in Congress or fighting for certain.
That should be illegal. That's bribery.
It probably is. It probably is under your law, but they're all doing it. It's just a complete scam, money making off all the taxpayers, which is illegal anyway.
So they're basically raping the treasury, and giving money through these NCOs or whatever they're called, NGOs, and it's like a honeypot. They get the funding for the NGO and then they rape it, right? Because
they just print a lot of money as well, and then just stick it on your inflation bill.
Yeah, and I mean, $37 trillion in debt. If I was, I can't go $100 in debt, or they'll start turning things off.
Well, I think the people who make these decisions should start paying some of that debt off that they've accrued for us. I think they ought to be the first ones who start paying it off, like at a 99% tax rate on everything they've got. That's my view on that. Yeah. Apart from what they've earned legitimately.
They tax the piss out of people.
Totally.
For everything. Totally. And they still can't manage the money.
Greg.
Yeah.
Greg, that's $37 billion in debt. It's really very low because that doesn't include everything, right? Your local municipalities and all that. That's not in there. Now, the other thing I would say is just listening and watching what I've been watching and over the last couple of years, and especially since Trump's got in, and the first place this occurred was in Germany in Deutsche Bank after the GFC, where they had all these derivatives blow up, and technically it should have crushed that bank. So they packed them up into some little trust.
Yeah.
And if you owned it, it was technically they told you you've got an asset now. And I think my prediction is the US will never pay that debt. They'll package it up into some token coin type arrangement, and they'll say to the people that are owed that debt, you now have an asset. And it'll all just roll over and start again. But the problem is each time, as you both said, the 1% get more and more influence and power. And that seems to be the big thing.
Miriam Adelson, $60 billion. One person has that much money.
That's Larry Ellison, yeah. Yeah, and he's spending that, and Bill Gates, all these billions he's put into his philanthropy. Every one of his philanthropic systems, which are pretty questionable as well, are all part of the futures market that he's involved with as well. So he's swaying all the markets with this philanthropic money. So-called philanthropic money, and it's going into all his dubious projects, and he's getting complete tax relief on it all. Money is that is some kind of magic at the moment.
Well, that's what makes the world go round. You can't do anything without it.
Yeah, but
magic it up for weapons quick enough, can't they? Unlimited.
Yeah, have a look how much gold's going up in price.
Yeah,
and that, I think a lot of that's to do.
You know, that reminds me. Nixon took us off. We used to have the gold, what was called the gold standard, that every dollar was backed by gold. And, you know, then Nixon took us off the gold standard, which meant they could just print money at will.
It became tied to the oil price, didn't it? The value of the dollar became tied to the economy rather than the gold stamp.
The petrodollar, yeah.
Yeah.
And it has made money almost worthless. I mean, you know, like, say $1 million in 1960 is what, you know, 50 million today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's why they won't let us drill for that oil in the North Sea in Britain, because it disrupts their control of our money supply, and you know, this is exactly what they're playing at. So they probably want to swing us into this digital system, which is only provided by the state. They'll tell you how many Weetabixes you can have for your breakfast. That's the level of control they want.
Yep. You know, we got.
You got to remember, Nick, back in the late 70s, that movement start, and you know, I think it started with King Charles and a couple of his mates, where they decreed that the world was overpopulated for the resources of the world. So since then, they've been using all sorts of ways to restrict energy for the masses by making it expensive and everything else with it, limiting the amount of it. And I really think the big thing is that they're hoping the population will decrease. Now, the problem they could find with that is that when it does decrease, it actually crashes. You know, so we don't know where that's going to go either.
No.
Well, I think this is a big thing. I mean, their attacks on actual society have been so effective that in the last 50 years, the English population hasn't really increased. In fact, it's decreased. People haven't had the conditions or the money to bring up families properly. So because they want to they maintain this, they measure everything by your GDP. Gross domestic product. So all they do is this is their excuse to import Asian families in who unrestricted breeding with the cousins, and they all the families are pretty big. You know what I mean? When one wife's had enough babies, he's got another to go at for, you know, till they've got 10 or whatever. All of them. Right. You know, and they've only got a job as a cutting kebabs in a kebab shop or driving a taxi around. You know what I mean? Yeah. But that keeps the numbers of population up that are basically cattle as far as they're concerned. Mm. They'd rather have anyone in there. I mean, Boris Johnson, when he locked us all down, he brought in, apart from these boat people coming over, he supplemented our population with 1 million Nigerians, 350,000 Afghanis, 500,000 Indians. This were all in the space of 6 months. There was, that's when the gates opened, and it was the so-called conservative leader who opened the floodgates. Tony Blair started it back in around 2000, and so this place is just, it's incredible, but they're still coming in at such a massively high rate.
Yes, are you there? Hello?
Nick, still there? Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Nick fell off.
Greg?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He'll be back in a sec. He's still there somewhere.
Let's see if he's still in the hall.
Yeah, he's still in the
These
hall.
rare kind of inquiries.
Oh, there you are. You just came back. Everything you said didn't register.
Oh shit, I've done it again. Sorry. It's probably a good thing. Probably a good thing. Cut that out anyhow, Greg.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably depressed.
Well, boys, it's been an hour, and
Good talking to you.
I think we had a pretty good chat. You guys want to add anything else before we go?
No,
It's just have an happy day. Pick up your guitar. Enjoy your bowling. Enjoy.
I really love talking to you guys. We got to do this again. Let's do it again on. Yeah, let's do it again. Maybe tomorrow. What do you think?
Oh, okay.
Maybe we can get Neil or
I
something.
I won't be around tomorrow. I'm off to hospital again tomorrow.
Have they found anything out?
I got when I came back from that MRI scan. By the time I got back, I got a phone call. Emerged getting on Monday, so I've got a few more scans. CT scan, and then
okay.
So yeah, they think there's something. They found something, but I don't know what it is yet. So we'll find out after this one.
Oh, let's hope that it's nothing serious, brother.
Yeah, well, even if it is, we'll get through it. So that's the way it is. So
yeah.
I'm not, I'm not too worried about it just yet. So that's okay, Greg.
Yeah. So let me get this straight now, just so I know. What time is it right now where you guys are?
2:35 in the afternoon right
12:30. 12:36 a.m.
Okay, 12:36 a.m. So it's 9:30 a.m. here. So that's 12 hours would be 9, 10, 11, 12. So you're 15 hours ahead of me.
Yeah.
Oh, you're already into Monday.
Yep.
And Nick,
Yep.
You're 3 o'clock, so 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. You're 6 hours ahead of me.
6 hours, yeah.
Yeah, so this is a good time, no? Yes?
Well, hang on, it's 2:30 here, so I'm 2:30. I'm 5 hours ahead of you, Greg, at the moment.
All right, 5 hours.
Yeah.
That's good to know, because sometimes I want to do a chat at like 8 at night, but for you guys, that's like, weird hours. That's like 5 in the morning. Don't work for you. Yeah, so I like doing the morning.
Yep, mate.
I like starting off my day talking to my bros.
That's good.
I love you guys.
It's a good time for me, Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you, pal. And Andy. Brilliant.
Yeah, you guys are awesome, and we have awesome subscribers. They listen to us. They like us. And, I'm humbled and honored by that. That's wonderful. So we'll keep doing this. Everybody's been really nice to me. So I guess you can get past my voice. Let's hope it improves.
It is doing, Greg.
Yeah.
It is doing.
All right, fellas.
All right, Greg. See you later.
Hey, you guys. I'll see you. We'll do it in a couple of days. How about that?
Well, no worries.
Yeah.
Just send a message when you're ready.
All right, we'll do.
Yes, I mean, just give us a ring. I'm normally around.
I'm gonna play this tonight for the live stream, so folks have something.
Okay.
All right. So hopefully I'll see you later.
All right.
Andy, if you want to chat,
Right, see you later.
If you want to chat anytime during the day, just give me a call. I'll be home.
No worries. All right, then.
All right, man.
All right, Greg.
Okay.
Bye.
Take care, fellas.
See you later.
See you later.
Yeah.
Catch you next time. Listen to everything so that, we can stay informed. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Pay attention to the world.
Yep.
All right, brother. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Well, that was fun. Now you got something for tonight.
Open, attentive, lucid. Nothing escapes you. No one is avoiding you. Nothing fools you. No one accuses you. Your mirror is everywhere you look. Your story is everywhere that concerns you. You walk alone. You don't know where your footsteps are leading you, but you're going straight ahead, without failing, without weakening, without firing a shot, without running away. Let's go, companions. Let's take a good step towards the heart of ourselves, towards the crux of the problem, towards the meaning of the mytheme, the taboo of the totem, open to everyone, attentive to detail, lucid at close range, and at the end. However, water boils for so long. A moment. Lucid is biding your time, attentive to the pond, open on Sunday, and your hands on her hips. Out of the water makes the board, and her pink and white skin where your prose flows in a bouquet of periwinkles. Out of the watertight partitions of your plank hut. Lucid and even translucent, lucid to the point of seeing the invisible. Open wide, open kind, 7 by 7 and 24 by 24, like all the time. No way to average. We take everything. The run of the mill, anyone? Everybody. We don't sort, says the striking postman. He's a faction in the evening. He acts as the invoicing factotum for dummy companies. Everything is bogus. He invents as he breathes. It's a tick. He takes whatever comes. Another tick, as he says, must not sort. Not sorting out ticks. That's all him. Programmed? Brain programs. Evident. Any computer without a program is just a heap of inert matter. Our mental computer, too, needs programs to function. Tricky. The programs. You can't go where you want with these damn pre-buggy programs. Who made them? What vicious, splendid spawned these wonders of productive Machiavellianism? Machiavellianism. I stick with it, and no answer. A great curly sense runs through the disassembly. A little jerk can't help but tease me. He yells, "It's nature." Hey, asshole. This is weird. Nature. F off. When it's left to work, no one can see the dreadful damage. Ravages, fires, earthquakes, tsunamis, storms, typhoons, blizzards, ice, lava. Nature goes for it. And if we let it do, it doesn't know how to stop. It cultivates disproportion and disharmony. How come? In detail. It is magnificent. Overall, it lacks consistency. One has to help when admiring the sublime composition of certain panoramas. I say that one helped. Belly plus spirit. Attentive first to yourself, open to your own body, lucid about it. You know your internal organs. You know how to heal yourself by the power of the spirit. I'm not saying the mind. It can do nothing against the efficiency of the belly and the power of the spirit. Pay attention to the messages that your organs broadcast to you. Read them all. Learn to recognize them, to decipher them. Respond to their content. Many of the organic functions hitherto managed by your body without your help or consent are now under your conscious responsibility. Be lucid about what is going on in you. Learn to recognize the warning signs of dysfunction before they even turn into ailments or infections. Now you are responsible for your matter, your thoughts or your non-thoughts, your actions or your non-actions. The consequence of any negligence would be damaging, even fatal. Assume, accept it, take action. Whoever polishes his inner healer is protected against diseases. Inner healer. Restarting your inner healer is quite simple. You got to find someone able to restore your energetic scheme, Kundalini canal and side canals, at its optimum level. Confidence. Thank you for the beautiful trust you place in me. It will be necessary, believe me, and trust yourself first. You will always be your best guide. Take care of your body. Take care of yourself, of the superb material and spiritual machine which constitutes the three people in you. Your body of glory, your body of awakening, your forgotten physical body. Your body is your responsibility. Its care depends on you. His health rests on your shoulders alone. It's about sharpening your inner healer, furbishing your first attention, aiming your second attention. Please do not let a single slip out of the net of your heightened consciousness. Do you know? It is for you, this great show. For you alone.
Abalone.
Abalone. Enjoy and let go. Oh, how beautiful. The 26 states of the warrior. Alert, awake, ready in shape, lively, fast, slow, complete, attentive, committed, voluntary, offensive, bold, intrepid, courageous, solid, stable, calm, collected, sensitive, visionary, prophet, hermit, wanderer, beggar, fool. No one is more enslaved than the one who falsely thinks he is free. Gerda. I wonder how they got an R with there's no R in it, but yet it's pronounced with an R. Interesting. So stop thinking. Control will come back to you and your body will use it. Your body speaks to you, head empty, without thinking. Suddenly you know. Your body tells you. This is how the ego that reigns over all your thoughts is bypassed. Incomprehensible things, until you have experienced them, you too will meet that. You will recognize yourself. You will know how to do it. And you will be able to even talk about it, but you will still not understand. Welcome to the world of mystery, where the body guides you and the spirit acts beyond the mind, behind the back of the ego. What awaits you? Maybe tomorrow you'll have to manage your heartbeat, the health of your liver, the beauty of your skin, the color of your eyes. Perhaps tomorrow, when human life will last 300 years, after the milk teeth, will come 3 other tooth growths instead of just one. One at 130 years old, the last at 200. Our damaged organs will be able to regenerate. Our limbs cut off will grow back. Our size will exceed 3 meters. Yeah, how come humans don't grow things back? Like, how did insects get that ability? That's pretty freaking good if we could do that, wouldn't it? Our size will exceed 3 meters. Lucidity, attention, openness will be the new motto of the nation. Under the aegis of the CLEM, Free Community of Europe and the Mediterranean. Tomorrow it will be fine. Tomorrow it will be light. Tomorrow it will be mild. Tomorrow winter is dead. Tomorrow no more seasons. Tomorrow love, joy, life. Why not today? What awaits you? You wait for it. What you want, You already have it, but you don't know. What you want is already there. You don't accept it. No one can give you anything that you don't already have. No one can take anything from you you haven't already given up. Nobody can do anything against you. You can do a lot for a lot. What you give comes back to you hundredfold. Give happiness. You will receive the honey of the earth, the joy of the body, and the sun of the heart. Instant. Imagine a moment that never ends. Except on a day like any other, the moment stops dead in its tracks, and it's as if it never existed. Is this endless moment your life? A brief moment? It seems infinite to you when you are small, interminable when you are young, durable when you are mature, fragile when you are old, nothing when you are dead. Unless it continues on the other side. Who can look you straight in the eye and say, rest assured, death is nothing? Who can be sure? Before the big departure, don't be smart. If you don't believe in the other world, if you deny life after life, take Woody's good advice. Take some bread, some wine, and a good book anyway. Eternity is a long time, especially towards the end. Woody Allen. Kind of crazy. I don't know. I just read it because it's different. Absolutely. It's different. Yes. The word lucid caught my attention. Before the coming of the sun. The strange mystery of the Scandinavian ghost rockets. There have been plenty of strange flaps of mysterious lights and luminous phenomena in the skies of our world. Sightings often come in a wave, only to just fade away, leaving no explanations and plenty of awe and debate. Our mystery bag for mankind is very big and fat. One such case happened in Northern Europe, in the region of Scandinavia back in 1946. It was more like the late 1940s. During this 1 year period, there would be thousands of sightings of something very odd going on up in the sky, which have never really been explained and have come to be known as the ghost rockets. Beginning in 1946, mysterious objects in the sky began to appear frequently over a variety of Scandinavian countries, in particular Sweden and Finland. These objects were typically described as tubular or cigar or spindle-shaped objects. Sometimes with visible wings and sometimes without. Typically streaked fast across the sky, but also displayed all manner of erratic behavior. These objects were reported as speeding up or slowing down, doing aerial maneuvers, and even flying in formation, typically leaving no exhaust trail and almost always described as being completely silent. Although a few reports described a hissing or rumbling sound, they were seen at all hours of the day and night, and were so bright they could even be seen in broad daylight. The first real recorded sighting of what would go on to be called ghost rockets was made in Finland on February 26, 1946, but soon the entire region would experience a surge of sightings of these things in the sky. With around 2,000 sightings, reports made between May and December of that year alone, often with radar signatures to back them up. At times, there were even reported crashes of ghost rockets, usually with the rockets coming down into large bodies of water, such as lakes or the sea. There were quite a few such crashes that allegedly happened, and on more than one occasion, Swedish authorities moved in to investigate, even sending divers in to look for evidence of any mysterious objects on the bottom. One of the most well-known of these investigations was carried out at Sweden's Lake Kolmjarv, where on July 19, 1946, a gray rocket-shaped object with wings reportedly came down after an ear-splitting boom to go skidding over the surface and sink. The Swedish Air Force quickly moved in and spent around 3 weeks scouring the bottom of the lake, but they would officially find nothing but a large patch of the lake bottom that had been disturbed and looked like something very big had impacted there. No fragments or reason why this crater was there could be found. And one Swedish Air Force officer would state, "There are many indications that the Kolmjarv object disintegrated itself. The object was probably manufactured in a lightweight material, possibly a kind of magnesium alloy, that would disintegrate easily and not give indications on our instruments." Several more military investigations were carried out at other similar crash sites, but on every occasion it was claimed that nothing was found. In the meantime, sightings of the ghost rockets were pouring in from all over Scandinavia, and although Sweden tried to keep a lid on it, there were simply too many reports to keep it all a secret, with headlines around the world covering the strange phenomena. When pressed for answers as to what was going on, Sweden projected a skeptical stance that anything truly unexplainable was happening, largely writing it off as a mixture of atmospheric phenomena, meteors, aircraft, and overactive imagination. However, they did concede that not all of the reports of ghost rockets were so easy to dismiss, just like UFOs. And in October of 1946, the Swedish Defense Staff would tell a press conference, "Most observations are vague and must be treated very skeptically.
For some time we have been concerned by the recurring reports on flying saucers that cannot be disregarded and must be explained on some basis which is perhaps slightly beyond the scope of our present intelligence and thinking."
In some cases, however, clear, unambiguous observations have been made that cannot be explained as natural phenomena, Swedish aircraft, or imagination on the part of the observer. Echo, radar, and other equipment registered readings, but gave no clue as to the nature of the objects. Sweden also, they had that spiral tunnel appear in the sky, and some say that that was the effects of a rocket. How I understood those was trying to shoot down the Black Knight. Have you heard of the Black Knight? It orbits our planet pole to pole, and it's supposedly been orbiting the Earth for thousands of years, and it's called the Emissary. And there's a whole theory of that giant orange star, Aldebaran, which, every race seems to have its own "we came from there" story. But one of them could be true. Hell, they all could be true. That's what I thought they were trying to shoot it down, but maybe not. Most in the scientific community wrote it off as meteors, or could be that elder race, as several alleged fragments from the ghost rockets that had been examined turned out to be either pieces of meteorite or just plain old coke or slag. In other words, rocks. However, not everyone was so sure all of the phenomena could be attributed to meteorites, due to the fact that the objects often were seen doing aerobatics. And see that? I never heard that before. I just thought it was rockets that were being seen flying horizontally, flying in formation, or accelerating and decelerating. I've never heard that before either. None of which are things meteorites are known to do. and they also did not typically leave trails behind them. The phenomenon also attracted the interest of the United States, of course, and 2 U.S. experts on aerial warfare, General Jimmy Doolittle of Doolittle Report fame, 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, and General David Sarnoff, went to Sweden in August of 1946, ostensibly to see what they could steal, on other unrelated business, of course, but who also asked around to the Swedish military about the ghost rockets. In fact, they were given briefings on the phenomena and able to interview many senior officers of the Swedish Air Force, but they weren't interested. Yeah. Let's see. That's funny. Of course the U.S. wanted to know what it was about, but if they came to find out what our UFOs were about, you could bet we'd tell them to mind their own business. It took a long time to get this way. The 2 generals went away convinced that the ghost rockets were a real thing and not a myth. When they brought their findings back to the United States, the Americans came to the conclusion that these were actual missiles being seen, likely top-secret V-1 or V-2 missiles being fired by the Germans from a rocket facility at the German seaside town of Peenemünde. Lieutenant General Hoyt Vandenberg, who was the director of the Central Intelligence Group, CIG, was a prefix of the CIA, would write a top-secret memo to President Truman, who my dad said was the worst president we ever had, explaining this theory, saying, the weight of evidence pointed to Peenemünde as origin of the missiles, that a U.S. MA military attaché in Moscow, well, we even got military attachés in Moscow, but we're fighting a Cold War. See, it's crazy. Had been told by a key Swedish air officer that radar course plotting had led to conclusion that Peenemünde was the launch site. CIG speculates that the missiles are extended-range developments of V-1 being aimed for the Gulf of Bothnia for test purposes and do not overfly Swedish territory, specifically for intimidation, self-destruct by small demolition, charge, or burning. The problem with this is that not only had there been no reported launches of any sort of missile or rocket from Peenemünde at the time, but missiles don't speed up and slow down, or do the extreme aerial acrobatics seen with the ghost rockets, any more than meteorites do. Despite the widespread belief that these ghost rockets must have been meteorites, rockets, or both, the U.S. government seemed to remain open to the idea that they could have been something more outlandish and mysterious. In a top-secret document by USAF, USAFE, United States Air Force Europe, from 1948, that was declassified in 1997, the Swedish ghost rockets are mentioned, as is a supported crash of one of them that left a crater in the bottom of the lake. And the document says, they, UFOs, have been reported by so many sources and from such a variety of places that we are convinced that they cannot be disregarded and must be explained on some basis, which is perhaps slightly beyond the scope of our present intelligence thinking. When officers of this directorate recently visited the Swedish Air Intelligence Service, this question was put to the Swedes. Their answer was that some reliable and fully technically qualified people have reached the conclusion that these phenomena are obviously the result of a high technical skill which cannot be credited to any present known culture on Earth. They are therefore assuming that these objects originate from some previously unknown or unidentified technology, possibly outside the Earth. We are inclined not to discredit entirely this somewhat spectacular theory. Extraterrestrial origins. Meantime, keeping an open mind on the subject. The lights would disappear just as suddenly as they started. Reports would dry up, and we would be left to wonder just what was going on here. To this day, there has been no clear explanation for what caused the ghost rocket's flap of 1946. Despite much discussion and debate, were these meteorites rockets, some weird atmospheric phenomena, or all of the above? Or was it perhaps something altogether stranger and more otherworldly? Why did it all congregate in this region in 1946? And what is it that the governments involved might not be telling us? No one really knows. And the Scandinavian ghost rockets remain a curious unsolved mystery.
Legend has it that in orbit around the Earth is a mysterious dark object which dates back perhaps 13,000 years. Its origin and purpose are inscrutable. Dubbed the Black Knight, this elusive satellite has allegedly been beaming signals towards the Earth and inspected by NASA astronauts, yet only a few on Earth officially know of its existence. The origin of the ominous name is part of the enigma. It is impossible to discover who first called it this, or indeed why. Humans have only in the last 60 years had the technology to launch man, a man-made object, into space. So what is the logical explanation of tales of an alien intruder on our doorstep? And she has written here the Tesla transmissions. The first apparent part of this story begins with signals heard by Nikola Tesla, a brilliant Serbian inventor who created our electric system that we still use today, and described by many, thanks to his often eccentric behavior and opinions, as a genuine mad scientist. Well, putting him as the evil villain on the Superman cartoon didn't help.
He spent most of his career in the USA.
That's part of the ongoing suppression of electricity. He was an electrical engineer who produced works which explored the idea of radio and wireless transmissions in 1899. He reportedly intercepted a signal unlike any of the natural sources from Earth, such as electrical storms that he had already investigated in his experiments. Instead, he announced that regular signals must be coming from an intelligent outside source, potentially inhabitants of Mars, and there is a whole diatribe on that. It's very controversial, but I can't just poo-poo anything Tesla says, because it might sound crazy to us, but we just don't know in many cases. Tesla never claimed to have heard signals from a satellite orbiting Earth, but today there are those who say he was listening to a transmission from an orbiting satellite of unknown origin, later called the Black Knight. It is slightly more likely, though still very far from probable, that what Tesla detected was not an orbiting satellite, but instead signals emitted from natural objects. Today we know of some natural extraterrestrial repeating sources such as pulsars. They don't very often call them neutron stars anymore because they're impossible. These fast-spinning stars emit a rhythmic signal. They were first discovered in 1967 by Northern Irish astrophysicist Jocelyn Bell Burnell. Until certain of their origin, they were jokingly nicknamed Little Green Men signals. I think they're still called that. Tesla was not hearing the signals from pulsars, though, and was completely unaware of the nature of what he had detected, if indeed he picked up anything at all. Tesla apparently never tried to repeat his observations, claiming he had other matters that took priority, an astonishingly casual response to so significant a claim. Well, she's just never happy. Either you just want to dismiss him for announcing it, or you want to say that he was not serious enough. He probably got embarrassed after they made fun of him. That's the part that stinks. And I don't know, the Black Knight, I've done a lot of research on it, and it just depends on the source. I hear that it could have come from the star system Aldebaran. This lady is saying that 1920s anomalous signals were again detected by amateur radio operators. These were originally of earthly origin, but their timing was bizarre. A signal would be received, then a second repeated signal received a few seconds later. These long-delayed echoes, LDEs, are called now, were difficult to explain in terms of radio waves bouncing off atmospheric layers. 1973 Scotsman Duncan Lunan went back to these signals to see if he could make sense of them. Miraculously, by plotting the delay times against the order in which the echoes were received, he could create what appeared to be star charts and diagrams. By deciphering them, Lunan decided that the signals were actually messages transmitted by a probe originally from the star Epsilon Boötis, Isar, which had been lurking near the moon for the past 13,000 years. Lunan is not a professional astronomer, but instead a science communicator, but nevertheless, the name Black Knight is never mentioned by him, nor has he personally linked his Epsilon Boötis hypothesis with the Black Knight. Okay, others seem to be responsible for this. Update. Another story dating back to the early 1950s claimed to refer to an apparition of the Black Knight, reports the detection of a signal by an object in orbit. This was a time of deep suspicions held by the two superpowers on either side of the Pacific. Neither the Americans nor the Soviets have the ability to place an object into any kind of an orbit at that time. Yet the discovery of an Earth-orbiting satellite was reported in a couple of newspapers from the time, and the respected astronomer Clyde Tombaugh, discoverer of Pluto, is said to have been involved. However, the article is actually a couple of synopsises of a book by ufological author Donald Keyhoe. Now, he was a very serious man. I don't really take him as being a goofball. Alias Corona. A few years later, the Black Knight seemed to have made another appearance when American newspapers reported in 1960 that there was an unusual object in polar orbit. Then both superpowers had satellites in equatorial orbit, but not polar orbit, which meant that the satellite could see every part of the Earth. Yet neither country admitted owning it. This may seem strange, but remember that this was a time of deep-rooted suspicion and espionage, not just with each other, but now seemingly with extraterrestrials too. Declassified information now released from that time suggested that the object was connected to a Corona spy satellite under disguise. At the time, the U.S. Discoverer Research satellite program was actually a cover for the Corona project, intended to photograph sites in the USSR. The world was bracing itself for nuclear destruction, and we always are. Coming close to a nuclear war in the Cuban Missile Crisis. Thank God for John Kennedy, is all I can say. And how. And that's why I find that period of time in history to be so fascinating. First of all, I was alive. I mean, we had just missiles upon missiles, bombs upon bombs, and two crazy generals who were just itching to burn millions of human beings alive. And their excuse was, it was inevitable and we might as well do it while we can win. So, who knows? I hope they're never right. It's a miracle that it didn't happen. The more you learn about it, the more you realize that, we're still here. Thanks to one guy, and one guy only, and maybe his brother. In the case of the Black Knight, Project Mercury astronaut Gordon Cooper is a prime example. Cooper announced seeing many UFOs throughout his career. So when it was claimed that he saw green lights belonging to the Black Knight on his pioneering Mercury mission into orbit, with ground control radar also allegedly picking up something inexplicable, it is often believed to be true. The STS-88 encounter. The most recent, most cited evidence for a mystery satellite from beyond dates from 1998. The crew of the Space Shuttle Orbiter Endeavour photographed an unusual object in low Earth orbit. These images are often labeled as the most definite proof of a satellite. However, on more careful analysis, this strange structure seems to be a piece of space debris. Oh my God, look at it. It's not space debris. I don't know what it is, and I wish I did. I mean, it looks kind of like a ship, doesn't it? The Black Knight rocket. There really was a Black Knight rocket. It was a British rocket used to test the design of a re-entry vehicle for the Blue Streak missile between 1958 and 1965. So they're saying here that it It was claimed to be from the star constellation Bootes. And it travels in polar orbit. What are your thoughts? Share them with me. If you have anything interesting for me to read, please put it in the comment section. I guess for the ghost rockets, the apparent explanation is A, unknown, B, the Soviets trying to shoot the Black Knight down, or C, the Germans, but the war had just finished, so it wouldn't be the Germans. It was 46. But we know a lot of Nazis came back to America. Perhaps it was being launched from sea by the U.S., trying to shoot it down. And I remember a while back when the website Secure Team 10 was operating. I don't know if he's back yet or not, but I heard he was. But he had said that the Illuminati were trying to shoot it down, or either that or they did. But it's very enigmatic thing, this Black Knight. Now, Richard Hall has a 4-part series with this fella, stating that it's an ancient envoy from Aldebaran. And I'll put the link in the video and the playlist for you to check out if you would like. I would like to know what you think, so let me know. What's this all about? Do you find it as hard as I do to find information that isn't giving it with an agenda? It's really hard. You either go one way or the other, and everyone wants to put out their agenda. I would like to just find a no-nonsense, informative website that isn't trying to arrive at anything except the truth. And that's hard to find. And that's what I try my best to do here on this channel. Thanks for watching.
Before the coming of the sun, albeit from a different source to our sun. That source was Saturn, the ancient creator god, in his myriad of forms throughout world mythology, and conclusively identified with the planet Saturn. This celestial Saturn was the very same small and weak raven character in the Eskimo creation myth. The light of our current sun, as a rule, is not essential to life. Microbial life can exist in a sunless environment, as can species of deep sea life. While photosynthesis in vegetation works best in the darker red light spectrum, rather than the harsh and bright ultraviolet light of the sun. So it is not inconceivable that life on Earth, as we know it, could have existed and even flourished in a predominantly nocturnal world, provided there was some form of radiated red spectrum light or energy. Most species of animal, including those now long extinct, exhibit high degrees of nocturnal adaptation. Of all the higher creatures currently inhabiting the Earth, human beings are probably the least adapted to a nocturnal environment. Yet traditional mythologies remember a time of darkness stretching out into an unknown antiquity, a time in which the god Saturn, in all his manifestations, was small and weak, a mere shadow of the creative force he was destined to become. As mankind's first remembered source of light, long before the coming of the sun, Saturn is said to have cast its pale light on a world without seasons and devoid of any means for humans to calculate time. Locked in a stationary post that is reported in mythology to have been at the northern celestial realms, the primordial Saturn seemingly drifted aimlessly through the skies on a chaotic heavenly milieu resembling the ebb and flow of a dark ocean. In this state of affairs that is referred to in the opening verses of Genesis, when darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Our conclusion here is that Saturn's primordial source of a dim, timeless light was a dully glowing sub-brown dwarf star, of which Earth was one of its primary and original satellites, and the Earth was nestled close enough to its original host star to have been enveloped in Saturn's opaque and warming plasma sheath. For humans alive on Earth at this time, there would have been no reference to the greater cosmos, and therefore no reference to any moving celestial object with which they could have marked the passage of time. This was a timeless age in which the dim blue-red light spectrum emanating from Saturn would have cast a dark purple-hued glow over the Earth's surface. This, then, was mankind's purple dawn of creation. Electric universe physicist Wallace Thornhill has suggested the planets orbiting closely to brown dwarf stars would be the best place to go looking for life as we know it outside the solar system. This is a possibility under the EU model because all types of stars, including brown dwarfs, are explained as an electric discharge phenomenon taking place where vast cosmic and electrically live Birkeland currents entwine and pinch down into what is called a Z-pinch, also known as a Bennett pinch. Discovered over 100 years ago, Birkeland currents, or the filamentary gas strings of twisting plasma ropes seen in space, are viewed in the EU model as the galaxy's power lines, feeding electrical power to all of the stars we see in the shining night sky. The eyes of that extinct species of giant, whose bones fill the mounds in America, once gazed on Niagara as ours do now. Abraham Lincoln, in a speech to Congress in 1848, "He who knows nothing is closer to the truth than those whose minds are filled with falsehoods and errors." Thomas Jefferson. Many people have a resistance to anything new. It changes a paradigm that has been accepted for a century, basically.
The myth of the hero. The myth of the Queen of Heaven with her long flowing hair. There are 100 universal themes, and all are as old as civilization. The stars are set loose, falling into the void. The land is on fire, mountains split or crumble, rocks explode in flame, all the rivers and seas overflow and sweep across the earth, and the universe becomes a furnace burning everything. The old Norse poem Völuspá recalls the great catastrophe of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. When the terrifying wolf Fenrir, its jaws reaching from heaven to earth, brought forth a brood of howling wolves, and the sun became blood red and vanished. If we take the testimony of the ancients as a literal description of actual events, the events would have looked like this. The earth moved in a congregation of planets appearing as immense forms in the sky. Saturn was seen as a huge, stationary body at the celestial pole. Venus appeared squarely in the center of Saturn, and Mars appeared inside of Venus. Jupiter was there also, but hidden by Saturn. The entire system moved through a diffuse cloud of gas, illuminated by our sun. On Earth, this meant that there was no clear distinction of day and night. At an early juncture, gaseous material or dust stretched from Venus towards Saturn. In periods of stability, these radiating streams appeared as a three-pointed and a four-pointed, star-like pattern. Over time, the surrounding cloud dissipated. A more clearly defined cycle of day and night began. A bright crescent appeared on Saturn, created by light from our sun. As the Earth rotated on its axis, the crescent visually turned around the polar center. The smaller planet Mars was progressively destabilized and appeared to descend from its central position as it moved closer to the Earth. It returned to the central position then descended still further, growing larger with each descent. When it visually dropped below Venus, a stream of material was seen stretching between Mars and Venus. As it continued to descend, gas and dust began to extend towards Earth. Lateral displacements of both Venus and Mars occurred. Gas, ice, and debris spiraled between the two planets. Eventually, the spiraling material gathered into a band encircling Venus. As the planetary system moved through space, the appearance of the band changed dramatically. The vertical movements of Mars continued. Atmosphere and other material stretching toward the Earth with each descent. Eventually, this material reached the Earth with disastrous effects. When the skies cleared, Mars was seen moving away, a stream of gas and dust stretching upward, with Mars appearing as the apex of the illuminated column. The band encircling Venus gradually opened. The four streams of comet-like material radiated once more from Venus. And material stretching from Mars to Earth retreated up the polar axis. The stable period of Saturn's domination ended with the collapse of the planetary configuration. Jupiter appeared for the first time as Saturn tumbled from its stationary position. These events were followed by a period of great confusion and upheaval. With the displacement of Venus, the band and radiating material collapsed, spiraling between Venus and Mars, then scattering into whirl-like patterns. There was a temporary renewal of the configuration, now visually dominated by Jupiter. And only later did the configuration fall apart. The planet new, more remote equilibrium. And the world slipped into a winter, lasting for years. Icelandic, Aztec, Babylonian, every ancient culture seems to have remembered an event called the end of the world. The hero was born from the womb of the mother goddess and wore the goddess as a conical crown. He grew a beard. His tongue protruded. He took the form of a dagger or peg, plunged into the below. The hero consorted with the goddess, re-entering the goddess' womb as the impregnating seed, then emerging again in a new incarnation, as both the goddess and the hero broke away from their original axial positions. The reborn Mars wore a spiraling sidelock, which was the goddess herself now taking on her serpentine aspect. Hero and goddess engaged in a spiraling dance about the cosmic center. The serpent tail wrapped itself around Venus to produce a band presenting the form of a great eye. so that in its re-entry, Mars became the pupil, or the red apple, of the eye. Saturn's golden age was interrupted by catastrophe, when the enclosure of the gods was sealed shut. The descent of the hero in his dark aspect brought overwhelming clouds and darkness. This was the underworld journey, the archetypal ordeal of the hero, and for the earth, a deluge of fire and water. Then Mars rose out of the waters of the deep to produce the world mountain. The opened eye of Venus formed the rim of the great world wheel, the fiery body of the encircling serpent. Watered by the four rivers, this was the land of the gods, resting on the summit of the world mountain, a bright crescent forming the horned peak. Nothing in the silent motions of Venus or Mars, or the gas giants Jupiter and Saturn, will ever explain the thunderbirds, or winged bulls, or flaming dragons, or any of the preposterous ideas our ancestors attached to these powers. It was said of the witch's hair that it could bring rain, hail, wind, and lightning, exactly what ancient nations said of the comet. So too the witch's broom. From Europe to Asia, the clump of grass or straw or feathers, the primitive broom or whisk, was an acknowledged symbol of the comet, the planet Venus. In later Babylonian astronomy, the planet Venus was still remembered as the lamenting star. It was called the witch star. In the Americas, Aztec histories remembered Venus as the great feathered serpent, and they called Venus the smoking star, the very phrase they used for a comet. The stargazers of Peru knew Venus as Chasca, the long-haired star, the most common phrase for the comet among ancient peoples. The name for the planets came from the Romans. In unison, Roman poets and historians insisted that in a former time Saturn had ruled as a god-king, producing a paradise on earth. It would be almost impossible to overstate the power of this memory among the different cultures. For the Babylonians, the Hebrews, and the Greeks, the most sacred day of the week was the Sabbath, a ritual remembrance of the lost epoch. And in each of these cultures, this holiest day was the day of Saturn, the Latin Saturnidis, or Saturn's Day, the Celtic day of Ceter, our Saturday. But the Golden Age did not last. In the myths of Quetzalcoatl, of Ra, and of An, of Kronos and of Saturn, the Golden Age does not just come to an end. It ends violently. And with the collapse of the Golden Age arrives the feared comet, the dragon of darkness, the fall into the cosmic night, the clash of the titans. All of the symbols of doomsday. The mountain of Mars became the mooring post of the turning sky. The column of wind or water rising along the world axis. The pillar of the cosmos, with its four extensions holding aloft the world wheel. But the ancient paradise did not last. The hero spirited away the goddess, or stole the heart of the universal monarch, who tumbled from the summit of heaven. The Golden Age gave way to the cosmic night, when the hordes of chaos were set loose and the doomsday dragon moved about in the sky, a monster created by the twisting forms of Venus and Mars. It was then that the terrible goddess appeared with wildly disheveled hair, lamenting the death of the universal monarch. In the events that follow, the hero will subdue the dragon or pacify the raging goddess. The universal monarch's own son, Jupiter, will be installed in the center of the sky. But the universal monarch has departed, and with his death comes the end of the Golden Age.
All that remain are fragments of a collective memory, and hidden deep in the human psyche, a sense of something irrevocably lost, and yet eternally yearned for. a paradise when heaven and earth were one. The death of this paradise was the birth of myth. For several decades now, our probes have explored the heavens, returning messages that challenge our long-held assumptions. Where we expected answers, we found mysterious contradictions. But our expectations were based on an intellectual fiction, the idea of the uneventful solar system. Can we allow for the possibility that our ancestors experienced extraordinary cosmic events, events we've simply forgotten? If we allow this idea, even as a possibility, we are inviting a revolution. One discovery will lead inexorably to another, and our entire perspective on the past and the future will be forever changed.
Of Egypt and the rest of these things that he showed us, all from mythology, all from thousands of years ago. These things clearly were seen by civilizations that never talked to each other from the far corners of the earth. It all just clicked together like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle in my mind.
A breakthrough for me came when I realized that many different cultures spread around the world use different words, different symbols, different myths to describe precisely the same formations in the sky. The Ouroboros, or celestial serpent biting its tail, for example, occurs on every habitable continent, but it has no ties to the world we now observe. Like all of the archetypes, it is part of an alien sky. A cosmic column rising to the center of the sky, holding aloft the wheel of heaven. And much more than a wheel, because this was the revolving cosmic temple, the city of the gods, the kingdom of heaven, always resting on the cosmic column. Then there's the image of the four rivers or pathways radiating from the center of the sky out to the boundary, the rim of the wheel. The simplest forms lead you invariably to the full story of world mythology. The hero's journey unfolds as the story of the wheel's axle. The mother goddess finds her identity in the star at the summit.
Garb. His sword and battle axe are resting next to him. The length of the skeleton is 4.5 yards, and the teeth of the big man are measured at 6.5 inches long and 2 broad. End quote. Adding to the evidence verifying the existence of giants are numerous gigantic fossilized footprints. For example, an imprint of a human foot 80 centimeters or 2.5 feet in length has been unearthed in Tanzania. Similar footprints of a slightly smaller size, about 50 centimeters or 1.5 feet, were found in the Nevada desert, left approximately 250 million years ago. A series of handprints was found next to traces of dinosaurs near a village in Turkmenistan. The height of the giant that left them is estimated at about 5 meters, almost 16.5 feet, and lived 150 million years ago. A human tooth 5 times larger than an ordinary man's tooth was found in Hong Kong in 1935. A 60-centimeter or 2-foot-high human skull with 2 rows of teeth was found in Alaska in 1950. And a 50-foot-long petrified human skeleton, that's 15 meters, folks, was found in Mongolia in 1999. The sheer plethora of evidence allows us to state unequivocally that giants did indeed once exist. But whether they were a single people who settled all over the earth or belonged to different races, this is a question which scientists have yet to unambiguously answer. But if giants really existed, and not only in myth and legend, then it stands to reason that other traces of their lives should also exist. For example, architectural structures and other such objects. In the opinion of a number of scientists, the numerous megalithic objects that have been discovered all over the Earth serve as proof of the prior existence of giants. Even in our time, with modern technology, it is extremely difficult to build such monumental objects, and tens or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, without some kind of mechanical lifting mechanisms, it seems that it would have been virtually impossible. And yet, they exist. This is the famous Baalbek Terrace located in Lebanon near Beirut. 3 huge stone slabs, each weighing about 800 tons, are embedded in its base. The plates are identical and fit together so seamlessly that one cannot even insert the blade of a knife between them. Researchers calculated that to install just one such stone block, 21 meters wide and 54 meters long, would require the simultaneous effort of at least 35,000 people. Who, how, and why did they do it? Handwritten Arabic treatises say that the structure was built as a temple of Jupiter, and that the giant beings built it on the orders of King Nimrod just after the flood. The ancient city of Teotihuacan, the City of Gods, is located 31 miles from Mexico City and is an entire complex of huge stone blocks. According to the most common historical version of events, the city was built by giants to turn people into gods. Its layout resembles a model of the solar system. From the central temple, which embodies the sun, at appropriate distances are the planet temples, even including Pluto, which modern astronomers only discovered in 1930. This means that the inhabitants of this site somehow already knew a great deal of astronomy, even at that ancient time. Regarding objects that giants might have built, scholars also include the Egyptian Sphinx, the English Stonehenge, the stone figures of Easter Island, and the Tibetan City of the Gods. Not only are these structures themselves amazing, but also their geometrical connection with each other. For example, a line drawn from the Tibetan City of Gods to the Egyptian Sphinx, if continued, leads directly to Easter Island, and another line from the City of Gods through the Mexican pyramids also goes to Easter Island. These 2 lines delineate 1/4 of the Earth's surface, and a line drawn from the City of the Gods to Stonehenge divides this quarter exactly in half. And what about modern people who are giants? One view is that the life and then disappearance of these giants is related to some cosmic cataclysm. There is evidence that hundreds of millions of years ago, a huge asteroid approached our planet, and the dimensions of this asteroid exceeded those of our present-day moon. It's postulated that it became a satellite of the Earth, and because of this, the gravity in our planet was significantly weakened. It was then that the giants appeared and developed a fairly advanced civilization. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of years later, this satellite descended from its orbit and disintegrated, its debris falling to the Earth. Survivors of the disaster, through mutation and adaptation, decreased in size, as the gravity on the planet had suddenly increased dramatically. In addition, the ozone layer of the atmosphere decreased 7-fold, increasing the negative impact of solar radiation. Now, a smaller body meant less total surface area and thus a lesser exposure to the sun's radiative effects. Some researchers have ascertained that before the catastrophe, the Earth's atmosphere contained 1.5 times as much oxygen as now. Large animals thrive with more oxygen, and this helps explain the fossil record of all the giant animals and plants characteristic of that time, which obviously would also be beneficial to giant humanoids. After the disaster, the size of the giants gradually decreased. According to some well-known anthropologists, such as Christopher Bohm and Franz Weidenreich, before the explosion and fall of the satellite asteroid, the Asuras, inhabitants of the legendary continent of Lemuria, reached a height of 50 meters or 160 feet. As a result of the catastrophe, the continent divided, and the once united race of giants were now isolated from each other. The successors of the Asuras were 18 meters tall, that's about 60 feet, and their successors 6 meters, or about 20 feet tall. As a result of these new environmental conditions in the world, the giants in many areas died out. But in some areas they managed to survive, at least until the 16th century. Of course, such a theory runs counter to the teachings of Darwin, but it is this theory that most plausibly explains the existence of the giants. What do you think? Let's discuss this fascinating topic in the comments under the video. Thank you.
The ancient comet fears is going to run into the work of Immanuel Velikovsky, the controversial theorist who suggested that, well, there's a reason for the fears of comets around the world. We experienced this horrific cometary catastrophe. The world was devastated by a comet just a few thousand years ago. And Velikovsky went further. He said that not that long ago, planets appeared in the sky with comet-like attributes. In particular, he named the planet Venus as the great comet of antiquity. Both Walt Thornhill and I disagreed with many components of Velikovsky's reconstruction, but we also felt that Velikovsky had nailed certain principles that can help us to understand the early cultures. In particular, Velikovsky was correct in naming the planet Venus as the Great Comet. And the cometary language of Venus goes far beyond anything that Velikovsky himself published. In every corner of the world, the language of the comet and the language of Venus are identical. Venus as serpent or dragon. Venus as torch of the sky. Venus as long-haired star. Venus as bearded star. The Sumerian goddess Inanna was identified as Venus. She was the Lady of Life. But in her terrible aspect, she became a dragon-like flame in the sky. The texts say, like a dragon, you have deposited venom on the land, raining the fanned fire down upon the nation. Inanna became a roaring storm. She devastated the land. Mankind comes before you in fear and trembling at your tempestuous radiance, the texts say. Inanna's Babylonian counterpart Ishtar was also identified as Venus. She was the shining torch of heaven and earth. Furious and irresistible onslaught. I rain down like flames, the goddess announces. The Egyptian goddess Sekhmet has the same attributes. She takes the form of the fiery Uraeus serpent. She becomes a flame of fire in her tempest, a star scattering its flame in fire. Sekhmet herself says, the fear of me is in their hearts, and the awe of me is in their hearts. No one at all can approach her, the coffin texts say. The streams behind her are flames of fire. The astonishing fact is that goddesses everywhere exhibit this terrifying and cometary aspect. The Canaanite Anat, the Hindu Kali and Durga, the Greek Aphrodite, Athena, Medusa, and countless others. And of course, you can add numerous counterparts in the New World, from the Incan goddess Chaska to the Aztec goddess Xochiquetzal to the legendary Nokomis of North American Indian tribes. The serpent or dragon is an unexplained mythical archetype. There's nothing like it anywhere in the biological world. And yet the same recurring features will be found in cultures the world over. The dragon's disheveled hair and shaggy beard. Its knotted aspect, and its worldwide appearance as entwined twins. Its fiery or lightning-like emanations, and its effusive feathers. In all of the ancient serpent or dragon images, it's the luminous, filamentary, braided, spiraling, metamorphosing, and destructive aspects that stand out. The very traits of high-energy plasma discharge. The attributes of these mythic monsters remain unexplained only until we see the hairy and feathery attributes of the electric arc in the laboratory. We see precisely the same thing in enhanced images of the comet's tail. And we see the same thing in the comet-like discharges of distant nebulas. Gases in a vacuum don't behave this way, but electrified plasma does.
And now there's
Welcome to Space News from the Electric Universe, brought to you by the Thunderbolts Project at thunderbolts.info. On this series, we have recently presented reports that challenge some of the bedrock beliefs about the history of our planet, our solar system, and the universe as a whole. When it comes to our own world, the fundamental belief system shaping all of modern geology and astronomy is uniformitarianism, or the notion that changes in nature happen incrementally over eons of time. It's the position of the Thunderbolts Project that evidence from increasingly fine data in numerous specialized fields only confirms the hypothesis of recent catastrophic events on our planet and in the inner solar system. In this episode, Bishop Nicholas Sykes explores the question, is our history far different from that which official science proposes?
My previous videos in this series have considered the serious possibility of the science of the modern schools being wrong in areas of cosmology and physics about such diverse topics and phenomena as black holes, the Oort cloud, the composition and genesis of comets, the model of magnetic reconnection, the way the sun and other stars are powered, and Einsteinian relativity, including its restriction of the speed of gravity to the supposed maximum possible speed of electromagnetic radiation in vacuo. Science, however, is a broad subject. Indeed, one might adduce from the above, and far from exhaustive catalogue of contradictions that my colleagues and I are claiming that the whole enterprise of science is flawed in principle. It is necessary to deny that deduction categorically. In my view, what we are claiming is that human intellectual and moral error have, especially during the last 100 years, brought about grave flaws in that intellectual structure that in the second decade of the 21st century is being presented in the schools and in the media as settled science. One basic mistake is to ignore the reality that any science may only be regarded meaningfully as settled, and only tentatively at that, when its various theories continue to be open to being tested by experiment and observation. Any science theory claiming that further investigation into it is closed has by that claim unsettled itself. If some new observational or experimental discovery is considered to disturb what was formerly regarded as settled, then the true scientific method will seek to find further resources of observation or experimentation to investigate the issue. Too often one perceives those in their settled science castles pulling up the drawbridges as if new observations, experiments, and science models must be science's enemies, rather than having the possibilities of bringing health and renewal to the great structure of science and science education that our generation is called to bequeath to the future. One of the most long-standing such settled science castles is that model of the Earth's history that may be referred to as Lyellian uniformitarianism. Charles Lyell, 1797 to 1875, who preceded Charles Darwin, 1809 to 1882, and upon whose thought Darwin came to draw, accepting, one supposes, the Newtonian impression of a solar system that had run like clockwork for all of history, laid down the view that whatever past changes had ever been brought about in nature would have been essentially no different than what was observable in the present. And it seemed obvious that in the present time, natural changes were slow. Lyell's model of natural change in course of time overtook older models of catastrophic change accepted by many researchers, and particularly by Georges Cuvier, 1769 to 1832. In more recent times, models of punctuated evolution have been proposed by Stephen Jay Gould and others, but the conditions driving such punctuation are still assumed to have occurred only in periods of time before humans existed. It is therefore by no means altogether surprising that the electric universe model, which envisages catastrophic changes not only before the advent of man, or even only in man's prehistory, but actually within the historical period, has found the drawbridges being drawn up against its advance into the halls of academia. Catastrophe that is long ago and far away is one thing, but the possibility of catastrophe within human history is quite another. Once we accept that, who knows what the geological clock might begin to reveal about our own history, or indeed suggest about the future. Notwithstanding all this, the model of Lyellian uniformitarianism, if we are prepared to be scientific about the matter, should, in the name of science, be subjected to fresh scrutiny. Might not the EU model, which does encompass recent catastrophic change, be a means of renewing the science of our current geological and evolutionary outlook? For the science story of our own day, sticking to a centuries-old uniformitarianism has given us the mantra of no natural catastrophes for billions of years. The electric universe account, on the other hand, tells that such catastrophes must have occurred even within the lifespan of humanity. Let us, at the very least, put the two accounts head to head, ponder the matter, and learn.
For continuous updates on space news from the electric universe, stay tuned to thunderbolts.info.
watching. I'll come out there and talk to you before I go. I'm getting pretty tired. Everybody, I'll see you next week. Back with the new show. Keep coming. God bless. I love you.
Okay, I'm gonna start the video later, buddy.
What?
Good evening, friends. This is the video portion of the night. It's gonna be called, I call it In the Beginning. It's a lot of Velikovsky writings and the genius of the guy. It was just amazing. Without further ado, let's get to it. I hope I see Shockwave in the audience. If you guys have any questions about any of this stuff, he's more than help you out. He's holding down the chat usually for us, so let's hope he comes tonight. All right, here we go. In the beginning, starting with the collective amnesia. Collective amnesia. At any rate, they seem to have been strangely forgotten. Catastrophe. Plato, Laws 3. It is an established fact in the learning about the human mind that the most terrifying events of childhood, in some cases even in manhood, are often forgotten, their memory blotted out from consciousness and displaced into the unconscious strata of the mind.
where they continue to live and to express themselves in bizarre forms of fear. Occasionally, they may be converted into symptoms of compulsion neurosis and even contribute to the splitting of the personality. One of the most terrifying events in the past of mankind was the conflagration of the world, accompanied by awful apparitions in the sky, quaking of the earth, vomiting of lava by thousands of volcanoes, melting of the ground, boiling of the sea, submersion of the continents, a primeval chaos bombarded by flying hot stones, the roaring of the cleft earth, and the loud hissing of tornadoes of cinders. There occurred more than one world conflagration. The most horrible one was in the days of the Exodus. In hundreds of passages in their Bible, the Hebrews described what happened. Returning from the Babylonian exile in the 6th and 5th centuries before this era, the Hebrews did not cease to learn and repeat the traditions, but they lost sight of the fearful reality of what they learned. Apparently, the post-exile generations looked upon all these descriptions as the poetical utterances of religious literature. The Talmudists in the beginning of this era disputed whether a deluge of fire prophesied in old traditions would take place or not. Those who denied that it might come based on their argument on the divine promise found in the book of Genesis, that the deluge would not be repeated. Those who argued to the contrary, reasoning that though the deluge of water would not recur, there might come a deluge of fire, were attacked for construing too narrowly the promise of the Lord. Both sides overlooked the most prominent part of their traditions, the history of the Exodus and all the passages about the cosmic catastrophe, endlessly repeated in Exodus, Numbers, and Prophets, and in the rest of the scriptures. The Egyptians, in the 6th pre-Christian century, knew about the catastrophes that overwhelmed other countries. Plato narrates the story which Solon heard in Egypt about the world destroyed in deluges and conflagrations. You remember but one deluge, though many catastrophes had occurred previously. The Egyptian priests, who said this and who maintained that their land was spared, on these occasions forgot what happened in Egypt when, in the Ptolemaic age, the priest Manetho starts his story of the invasion of the Hyksos by acknowledging his ignorance of the cause and nature of the blast of heavenly displeasure that befell his land. It becomes apparent that in the knowledge which was possibly alive in Egypt in the days when Solon and Pythagoras visited there, had already sunk into oblivion in the Ptolemaic age. Only some hazy tradition about a conflagration of the world was repeated, without knowing when or how it occurred. The Egyptian priest described by Plato as conversing with Solon supposed that the memory of the catastrophes of fire and flood had been lost because literate men perished in them. Together with all the achievements of their culture, and these upheavals escaped your notice, because for many generations the survivors died with no power to express themselves in writing. A similar argument is found in Philo the Alexandrian, who wrote in the 1st century of this era, "By reason of the constant and repeated destructions of water and fire, the later generations did not receive from the former the memory of the order and sequence of events." Although Philo knew about the repeated destructions of the world by water and fire, It did not occur to him that a catastrophe of conflagration was described in the book of Exodus. Nor did he think that anything of this sort took place in the days of Joshua or even Isaiah. He thought that the book of Genesis comprised the story of how fire and water wrought great destruction of what is on the earth, and that the destruction by fire, about which he knew from the teachings of the Greek philosophers, was identical with the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The memory of the cataclysms was erased, not because of lack of written traditions, but because of some characteristic process that later caused entire nations, together with their literate men, to read into these traditions allegories or metaphors that were actually cosmic disturbances were clearly described. It is a psychological phenomenon in the life of individuals as well as whole nations that the most terrifying events of the past may be forgotten or displaced into the subconscious mind. As if obliterated are impressions that should be unforgettable. To uncover their vestiges and their distorted equivalents in the physical life of peoples is a task not unlike that of overcoming amnesia in a single person. End of subject. One instance of the Saturn myth that can be verified with the help of a small telescope: Saturn is in chains. Instead of solving anything, this fact has created a problem. It demands a solution. How did the ancient Greeks and Romans know that Saturn is encircled by rings? It is strange that this question was not asked before. The existence of these rings around Saturn became known in modern times only in the 17th century, after the telescope was invented. They were first seen, but misunderstood by Galileo and understood by Huygens. If the myth did not by mere chance invent these rings, the Greeks must have seen them. The last case could be true if the Greeks or some other Oriental people possessed lenses adapted for the observation of celestial bodies, or if the rings around Saturn were visible to the naked eye at some time in the past. Today they are not visible without magnifying instruments. There are cases of exact observations by the Chaldeans which suggest the use of some accurate technical means. These means could consist of a sort of astrolabe like that of Tycho de Brahe, who made most accurate observations of celestial bodies without the help of a telescope. Also, Copernicus, prior to Tycho de Brahe, made all his calculations of the movements of the planets before the telescope was invented, but neither Tycho de Brahe nor Copernicus saw the rings. The statue of Saturn on the Roman Capitol had bands around its feet, and Macrobius, in the 5th century of our era, already ignorant of the meaning of these bands, asked, "But why is the god Saturn in chains?" In the Egyptian legend, Isis, Jupiter, swathes Osiris, Saturn. The Egyptian appellative for Osiris was the swath. In the Zend-Avesta, it is said that the star Thistria, Jupiter, later Venus, keeps Perico in twofold bonds. Saturn is encircled by two groups of rings, one larger and one smaller, with a space in between. To see this, a better telescope than that used by Galileo Galilei or that used by Huygens is needed. The twofold structure of the girdle
was first observed in 1675. The rings of Saturn were known also to the Aborigines of America before Columbus discovered the land. This means also before the telescope was invented at the beginning of the 17th century. An ancient engraved wooden panel from Mexico shows the family of planets. One of them is Saturn, easily recognizable by its ring. Nor were the Maoris of New Zealand ignorant of it. One of the great mysteries connected with Saturn is the still unanswered question of how the ancient Maoris of New Zealand knew about her rings, for there is evidence that they did have a Saturnian ring legend long before the days of Galileo. In the myth, it is said that Jupiter drove Saturn away, and that on this occasion Saturn was put in chains. If these words mean what they say, and are not a meaningless portion of the myths, in a dream at least there are no meaningless parts, then the knowledge of the ancients about the rings of Saturn could have been acquired because of better visibility. In other words, at some time in the past, Saturn and Earth appear to have been closer to one another. Originally, I assumed that the rings of Saturn may consist of water in the form of ice. But since the ancient lore all around the world tells that it was Jupiter that put these rings around Saturn, I considered that they might have some other components too. Since the 1960s spectroscopic study of the Saturnian rings has confirmed that they consist mostly of water in the form of ice. The rings of Saturn are referred to by Aeschylus Eumenides 641. He, Zeus, himself cast into bonds his aged father Cronos. Moreover, it is not true, neither, that Saturn is enchained. Neoplatonists like Proclus and Timaeo by Festagirad sought a philosophical or mystical meaning in the tradition also, and yet the king of the gods, the first and eldest one, is in bonds, and they say, if we are to believe Hesiod and Homer and the other wise men who tell this tale about Cronos. Augustine, refuting those who asserted that the Jewish Sabbath was held in honor of Saturn, wrote a bunch of stuff in Latin.
Ita pater nostri longe fuerunt Saturnius patinus, quam vis pro tempore profiation subarti vacation emotivaverant.
Contrafaust Manachim XX 13.
These chains with their double fetter, Zolius dedicates to you, Saturnus. The shrines to Saturn in Roman Africa portrayed the god with his head surrounded by a veil that falls on each of his shoulders in a way reminiscent to the planet's rings. Ancient knowledge of Jupiter's bands and Saturn's rings. Classical Journal. Yeah, and then we got ancient knowledge of Jupiter's bands and Saturn's rings. Kronos 2-3, 1977. When Galileo first saw the rings in July of 1610, he thought them to be two satellites on either side of Saturn, and this is what he also announced in his Sidereus Nuncius. The planet Saturn, A. Alexander, 1962. Huygens, Systema Saturnium, 1659. Saturn too is represented with his feet bound together, and although Furius Flaccus says that he does not know the reason, Apollodorus says that throughout the year Saturn is bound with a bond of wool that is set free on the day of his festival. The Osiris cult and the designation of Osiris idols in the Bible. The Zenda Vesta, Tristria, the bright star, keeps Periaco in twofold bonds and threefold bonds. A third ring around Saturn was observed in 1980. Velikovsky also thought that mythic representations of Kronos, with his body encircled by a snake, may attest to a memory of the rings of Saturn. The planet Saturn, shown in an ancient woodcut reproduced in F. Maurice, London, 1800, Volume 7, and described by the author as encircled with a ring formed of serpents. Tammuz, who represented the planet Saturn in Babylonia, was called He Who Is Bound. Ninib, who was also Saturn, was said to hold the unbreakable bond. The observation was made by G.D. Cassini. Regarding the process of formation of Saturn's rings, Velikovsky
thought it might have been analogous to the formation of a disk-like ring of gaseous material around some stars in binary systems, as described by H. Friedman in Science 181. Gas enters into Keplerian orbits and accumulates in a disk somewhat resembling Saturn's rings. In August 1965, Tobias Owen, writing in Science, reported that the reflection spectrum from the ice block gave the best match to the absorption observed in Saturn's rings, but that the most likely alternatives would be ices of methane and ammonia, both known ingredients of the Jovian atmosphere, methane being also in the composition of the Saturnian cloud envelope. As early as 1947, Kuiper, The Atmospheres of the Earth and Planets, 1949, concluded on the basis of spectral measurements in the infrared that the rings are covered in frost, if not composed of ice. Saturn's rings, although H2O is a major constituent, the spectra reflectivity indicates the presence of other materials. Like vegetable matter. Astronomers had long been aware that there would be an alignment of the planets on March 10, 1982, where Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto would be on the same side of the Sun, within an arc 95 degrees wide. But no effect could be expected, as the tidal forces of the other planets affecting the Earth's crust are negligible, even at the planet's closest approach. In the book The Jupiter Effect, the authors sought to partially sidestep objections by considering the effect of the alignment on the Sun, and hence on the solar wind, which in turn is known to affect weather on the Earth. Atmospheric conditions on Earth can alter the speed of its rotation. The effect on the Sun would also be quite small. However, and in fact, there had been an even closer alignment in the year 1128 without any incident. There was some influence by the planets mentioned above, with the high tides calculated as being about 40 micrometers higher than normal. In April 1982, Gribben and Plagman published a lesser-selling book, The Jupiter Effect Reconsidered. In it, they theorized that the effect had actually taken place in 1980, despite the lack of planetary alignment then, and that it had triggered the volcanic eruption of Mount St. Helens. The 10 notable apocalypses that obviously didn't happen. In 1974, John Gribben and Stephen Plagman wrote a best-selling book, The Jupiter Effect, but there was that third ring on Saturn in 1980. The arrival of the waters. Following the 7 days, when the world appeared to be ablaze in the radiance of 1,000 suns, the deluge started. First, according to the Hindu account, vast clouds gathered which overshadowed the entire world. These ominous clouds, rumbling, shooting lightning, overspread the sky. They were as vast mountains. Some were dusky, some crimson, some white, some brilliant in hue. Other sources describe them as yellow or azure or red. Loud and roar and mighty in size, they fill the entire sky. They were friends with lightning and meteors and thunderbolts. Then,
rumbling aloud with lights. They poured torrential streams, thick like chariot wheels. They rained with a sullen roar, inundating the three worlds, ceaseless downpour of torrents. And then there were seen on all sides the four oceans, engulfing with tempestuous waves the whole surface of the earth. All creation was smit by the luminous, dense floods. In the beginning of the deluge, the nova in the sky shone through the splendor of the illuminated skies and through the sheets of rain, ever increasing in intensity. The biblical expression, "the Lord sitteth upon the flood," was an apt description of the blazing nova above the waters of the deluge. It has a Babylonian counterpart in the title of Tammuz, as Bel-Gersu, Lord of the Flood. The nova blazed terrifically, but soon the light became diffused. The shadows grew ever dimmer. The world that was all splendor and light turned gloomier and gloomier. The outpouring waters grew ever thicker. The clouds of dust darkened ever more the sky. And finally, the drama that was taking place on earth went on in darkness. The deluge was not a peaceful, though abundant rain, filling the earth with water, rising ever higher. Ancient sources give a description of the deluge that differs greatly from the pageant of showers pouring from above on peaceful land and peaceful sea.
Skanda Purana in S. Shastri.
The flood legend in Sanskrit literature, the Babylon expression in the wailings for Tammuz, the shining ocean to thy perditions has taken thee. Babylonian Literatures, Paris, 1913. An ancient tradition ascribed the establishment of moon worship to Adam, the first man. The medieval Arab scholar Abu Bakr wrote, "They, the Sabians, say that Adam was born from male and female, just like the rest of mankind, but they honored him greatly and said that he had come from the moon, that he was the prophet and apostle of the moon, and that he had exhorted the nations that they should serve the moon." They also related about Adam that when he had left the moon and proceeded from the area of India towards Babylonia, that he brought many wonders with him. The Adamites, the antediluvian men, were most probably not the first human beings on the planet, even admitting that by expulsion from the Garden of Eden is allegorized a catastrophe which quite destroyed mankind prior to the deluge. It is impossible to declare that it was the first catastrophe. It depends on the memory of the peoples which catastrophe they consider as the act of creation. Human beings, rising from some catastrophe, bereft of memory of what had happened, regarded themselves as created from the dust of the earth. All knowledge about the ancestors, who they were, and in what interstellar space they lived, was wiped away from the memory of the few survivors. The Talmudic rabbinical tradition believes that before Adam was created, the world was more than once inhabited and more than once destroyed. It was at the end of the first age, symbolized by the expulsion of man from the blessed Garden of Eden, that the moon lost its brightness. It was not just a single human pair. The tradition ascribes to Adam the invention of 70 languages. Hebrew mythology assigns to the period preceding Adam's expulsion different geophysical and biological conditions. The sun shone prominently on the earth, and the Garden of Eden, placed in the east, was, it must be conceived, under perpetual rays of the dawn. The earth was not watered by rain, but mist, ascending from the ground, condensed as dew upon the leaves. The plants looked only to the earth for nourishment. Man was of exceedingly great stature. The dimensions of man's body were gigantic. His appearance was unlike that of later man. His body was overlaid with a horny skin. But a day came, and the celestial illumination ceased. The sun had grown dark the instant Adam became guilty of disobedience. The flames of the ever-turning sword terrified Adam. Genesis 3:24. In another legend it is told that the celestial light shone a little in the darkness, and then a celestial light ceased, to the consternation of Adam. The illumination of the first period never returned. The sky that man was used to see never appeared before him again. The firmament is not the same as the heavens of the first day. The day of Genesis, as I have already noted, is said to be equal to 1,000 years. It was after the fall of man, according to Hebrew tradition, that the sun set for the first time. The first time Adam witnessed the sinking of the sun, he was seized with anxious fears. All the night he spent in tears. When day began to dawn, he understood that what he had deplored was but the course of nature. It was also then the seasons began. That's pretty good lyrics. This is told in the following story. Adam noticed that the days were growing shorter and feared lest the world be darkened. But after the winter solstice, he saw that the days grew longer again. The earth also underwent changes, independent before. She was hereafter to wait to be watered by the rain from above. The variety of species diminished. Man, according to Hebrew legends, decreased in size. There was a vast difference between his later and his former state, between his supernatural size then and his shrunken size now. He also lost his horny skin. The whole of nature altered its ways.
It could happen again.
Time Adam witnessed
right on us.
Athanasius Kircher, Taurus Babelsei, Archonatologia, Amsterdam, 1679, p. 134. The very angels and the celestial beings were grieved by the transgression of Adam. The moon alone laughed, wherefore God obscured her light. Ginsberg Legends I, 80. Ginsberg Legends I,
79, and Ginsberg Legends 76. Worship of the moon. Because of its size, and also because of the events which accompanied the first appearance of the moon, many ancient peoples regarded the moon as the chief of two luminaries. The sun was of smaller importance than the moon in the eyes of the Babylonian astrologers. The Assyrians and the Chaldeans referred to the time of the moon god as the oldest period in the memory of the people, before other planetary gods came to dominate the world ages. The moon was a supreme deity. Such references are found in the inscriptions of Sargon II, circa 720 BC, and
Nabonidus,
circa 550 BC. The Babylonian Sin, the moon, was a very ancient deity. Mount Sinai owes its name to Sin. The moon, appearing as a body larger than the sun, was endowed by the imagination of the peoples with a masculine role, while the sun was assigned a feminine role. Many languages reserved a masculine name for the moon. It was probably when the moon was removed
to a greater distance from the Earth and became smaller to observers on the Earth, that another name, usually feminine, came to designate the moon in most languages. C. Bezold in Baal was considered to be the father of the sun god Shamash, Utu, and was commonly addressed as Father Sin, Sumerian and Babylonian. Psalms 1909. F. Kumant noted the prominence of Sin in the earliest historical period in Babylonia and found it remarkable that at first the primacy was assigned to the moon. Astrology and Religion Among the Greeks and Romans, page 124. The late Assyrio-Babylonian cult of the moon. According to the Dabistan, a Persian work of early Islamic times, the Kaaba of Mecca was originally dedicated to the worship of the moon. On moon worship, among the ancient Arabs, also
Touch Sinaitische Schriften Zeitschrift des Deutsches Morgenländisches Gesellschaft 3, 1849, p. 202, An Oshanda Vorweilemische Religion der Araber Ibid 7, 1853.
The Greeks regarded the moon as of greater importance than the sun. The sun's subordination to the moon is a remarkable feature of early Greek myth. Helios was not even an Olympian, but a mere Titan's son, Hyperions. And this is a long one. C.R. Markham, London, 1873, describes sacrifices to the moon by the natives of Peru in the 16th century. So the Indians of Vancouver Island assigned greater importance to the moon than the sun. E.B. Taylor, Primitive Culture, 1929, as did several tribes in Brazil. See Sargon's display inscription, since distant days of the age of Nanaru. A cuneiform text describes the first appearance of the moon when the gods fixed the crescent of the moon to cause the new moon to shine forth to create the month, the new moon, which was created in heaven with the majesty in the midst of heaven arose. R.W. Rogers, Cuneiform Parallels of the Old Testament, 1912. J. Louis, The Late Assyrio-Babylonian Cult of the Moon and Its Culmination in the Time of Nabonidus, quotes Philochorus as having Macrobius Saturnalia 8, quotes Philochorus as having said that men offer sacrifices to the moon, dressed as women, and women dressed as men, because the moon is thought to be both male and female. You know, I noticed on the video of mine, Worship of Saturn, if I'm not mistaken, that is claiming that Osiris was swathed to look like Saturn, and therefore all the dead were to be swathed like that. And that's where we get the mummy. So they were emulating Saturn's look. And it does look like it's been wrapped in bandages. It's very interesting. And that pretty much cinches it. They had to have seen it. How else would they know? In 2016, I took up painting. It's something that I always wanted to do. I just never did. This. You see that face? Mine too. Have you seen my... By all means, very good channels. Our body parts. Very. Sorry, just my Velikovsky. After this is Nephilim, then we'll chat for a while. Peoples all over the world are quite unanimous in asserting that at an earlier time, a race of giants lived on the earth. That most of the race were destroyed in great catastrophes, that they were of cruel nature, and were ferociously fighting among themselves. That the last of them were exterminated when, after a cataclysm, a migration of peoples brought the forebears of the peoples of today to their new homelands. The Japanese narrate that when their forefathers, after a great catastrophe about 2,500 to 3,000 years ago, came from the continent and invaded the isles, they found their long-legged, furry giants. These giants were called Ainu. The forefathers of the Japanese were defeated in the first encounter, but in the second encounter they were victorious. Ixtil Sakaito described the wandering of the people of the Western Hemisphere in the 4 ages of the world. The first age came to its end in the flood. In the second age, called the Son of the Earthquake, there lived the generation of the giants, which was destroyed in the cataclysm that terminated this age. The third period was the Son of the Wind, called so because at the end of this period, terrible hurricanes annihilated everything. The new inhabitants of the New World were Yulmi and Zakaloka, who came from the east to find a foothold at Patachin. Here they met a number of giants, the last survivors of the second catastrophe. The fourth age was called the Fire Sun because of the great fire that put an end to this epoch. At that time, the Toltecs arrived in the land of the Anahuac, put to flight by the catastrophe. They wandered for 104 years before they settled in their new home. Also, F.L. Gamara, in his Conquista de Mexico, in the chapter about Cinco Sols Q's son Sonidades, wrote, "The second sun perished when the sky fell upon the earth. The collapse killed all people and every living thing, and they say that giants lived in those days, and that to them belong the bones that our Spaniards have found while digging mines and tombs. From their measure and proportion, it seems that those men were 20 hands tall, a very great stature, but quite certain." The Hebrew scriptures, as preserved in the Old Testament and in the Talmud and Midrashim, narrate that among the races of the world in the previous age were races of giants, men of great size, tremendous strength and ferocity, who were destroying other races, but also were turning upon each other and destroying themselves. The book of Genesis 6:4 narrates that in the antediluvial time there were giants and the earth in those days. The Greek book of Baruch narrates that over 400,000 of the race of giants were destroyed by the flood. After the flood, there were only a few districts where some of them remained alive. When after a number of centuries, another catastrophe ruined the world, and the Israelites left Egypt and sent a few men to explore Palestine, those reported that the people of the land were generally of tall stature, and that besides, there we saw giants, the sons of Anak, which came of the giants. And we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so were we in their sight. This description clearly differentiates between the people of tall stature and the giants, and the supposition the Israelites found in Palestine, a normal race only taller than themselves, and thought them to be giants, is not supported by the text. A similar distinction is made in Deuteronomy 1:28. The people is greater and taller than we, and moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakim giants there. They, a few families, lived in Hebron. Numbers 13:22. At the time when the Israelites approached the fields of Bashan in the Transjordan, only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the giants. Joshua 13:12 and Doi 3:11. The other individuals of monstrous size had been annihilated in the meantime. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. Is it not, Rabbith of the children of Ammon? 9 cubits is the length thereof, and 4 cubits the breadth of it. After the cubit of a man, the text implies that at the time the book of Deuteronomy was written, the bedstead of Og was still in existence, and was a wonder for the onlookers. The giants were the remnant of a race close to extinction. Og was of the remnant of the giants that dwelt Ashtaroth and Edrei, Joshua 12:4. They were also called Emim, or the furious ones. The Emim dwelt therein, Moab of the Transjordan. In times past, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim, which also were accounted giants, as the Anakim, but Moab calls them Emim. This branch of the giants was already extinct. But the 2 cosmic ages earlier, in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinnah, and Abraham, the patriarch, Imim flourished in the Transjordan. Genesis 14:5.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
That these bodies were engaged in near collisions only a few thousand years ago. It is not excluded that under conditions prevailing on their surfaces prior to these events, life could have developed there, or elsewhere in the solar system to an advanced stage. Working in the early 1940s on Worlds in Collision, which in its original form covered also the cataclysmic events preceding the Exodus, I wondered at a certain description that sounded like a visit from space. The 6th chapter of the book of Genesis starts this way: "And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose." The story told in Genesis 6 about the sons of God, B'nai Elam, coming to the daughters of men is usually explained as referring to an advanced priesthood that mingled with backward tribesmen. When Columbus discovered America, the natives, according to the diary of his first voyage, regarded him and his crew as having arrived from the sky. A similar occurrence could have taken place in pre-diluvial times, when some invaders from a remote part of the world came and were regarded as sons of God. But if we are today on the eve of interplanetary travel, we must not declare as absolutely impossible the thought that this Earth was visited ages ago by some people from another planet. Or was this Earth alone populated by intelligent beings? In my understanding, this passage from the book of Genesis is a literary relic dealing with a visit of intelligent beings from another planet. It appears that the extraterrestrial visitors made their landing as if in advance knowledge of the impending catastrophe of the deluge. It could be that Jupiter and Saturn were approaching each other, even closer on their orbits, and that a disruption of one of them was expected. Possibly many centuries or even millennia passed between the landing and the deluge. The mission could have been undertaken to ascertain the conditions on Earth. If it was an escape, it could also have been from another catastrophe in the solar system, one of those that precede the deluge, like the one described as the dethronement and emasculation of Uranus by Kronos. If the ancient legends of a battle between the gods and Titans
so persistent in the Greek world, but also in the mythologies of other civilizations, have any historical value, we may try to find what may have been the substratum of this fantasy. It seems that following great convulsions of nature, observable in the celestial sphere, giant bodies were hurled on the earth. They arrived, burned, and were crushed by impact. But at least one group of escapees succeeded in safely reaching the earth. They descended on Mount Hermon, or Anti-Lebanon. Of the extra-biblical traditions dealing with the subject, some reach hoary antiquity, antecedent to the composition of the Bible texts. The Book of Enoch narrates that the group was composed of males only, 200 in number, under the leadership of one by the name of Shemhazai. Aggadic literature says that the sons of God tried to return to heaven from where they had come, but could not. The new arrivals were probably of gigantic stature. Their progeny, with women of the earth, were giants. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown. Having fathered giants, they themselves must have been not of human size. The planet from which they came, I would not know to determine. El would refer to Saturn. The great size of the visitors would suggest a smaller body, where the gravitational influence would be less. 10,000 years is only an instant in the life of the cosmos. 10,000 years ago, man was only in a rude Stone Age. Today, he contemplates to visit other planets. If such progress is made in a time as short as this, who knows what secrets are concealed in the past or in the future? Because the story seemed so fantastic, I made up my mind at that time not to publish anything on the subject when discussing the deluge and still earlier events. I came to this idea in 1940 and 41. In the 1950s, many people reported sighting UFOs, which were claimed to be vehicles of visitors from other planets, a view which does not find any credence with me. In 1957, the space age began, and by the late 1960s, when the proposal that there were ancient visitors to Earth from other star systems found its way into print, in 1960, a Russian physicist and mathematician, M. Agrest, came to the conclusion that Baalbek Stone was a platform for ascent by ancient space travelers, and that Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by atomic weapons. February 9, 1960. At the time, I saw some alluring points to this thesis, but I would strongly question the implication that extraterrestrial visitors came to Earth as late as the Old Kingdom in Egypt, because this is the time to which the patriarch Abraham, a contemporary of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, belonged. Previously, several correspondents engaged me on the subject. One correctly observed that in order to procreate, the visitors must have been the same species as man. The Nephilim would more correctly be rendered as sons of gods, and may possibly be taken in the sense of sons of planets, or those who came from the planets. Several sources, including the Book of Enoch and Clement of Alexandria, maintain that the Nephilim brought with them much astronomical and technical knowledge, which they imparted to mankind. They couldn't have been all bad. Around a sun-like star is going to be really rare because they have no way of getting water. They have to be in an environment where they can get water, and that's why I'm with Velikovsky and Thunderbolts when they say that the Earth was a satellite of a brown dwarf star, simply for that matter, for the oxygen and the water that we have. And now, sure enough, they found a system. Well, here, let me play this for you. This is
tell you better.
I haven't the foggiest idea.
But 7 Earth-sized planets, all orbiting a single star. It's not just science fiction, thanks to a new discovery by NASA's Spitzer Space Telescope. TRAPPIST-1, an ultra-cool dwarf star just under 40 light-years away, plays host to this incredible collection of planets. In 2016, astronomers using the TRAPPIST telescope at the LUCID Observatory in Chile first identified 3 Earth-sized planets here. The discovery warranted extensive follow-up by Spitzer, whose infrared detectors are particularly pressure gradients across their surfaces and offer the possibility that liquid water could exist on any of them.
It must have been very frustrating for him to paint someone a blueprint and have them still not get it. That word obstinate comes to mind.
All right.
Sure enough.
Do we got anybody in chat?
Well, here, let me play this for you. This will tell you better.
Yeah. There you guys wow, we got 50 viewers, man. Let's not blow it. I just want to say hi and then I'll get right back on it real quick. But isn't that amazing that Velikovsky actually had the gonads to write that? But as he said, in 1940 he made a conscious decision not to even go there because he knew what they would do. They would marginalize him and make him look like a kook. That's what they do. And so he decided not to get involved. But I mean, he was so advanced on it. I mean, he was thinking this in 1940. Man,
it must have been very frustrating.
That's just the guy had an amazing brain. Really, he did. I mean, even when all this big shot scientists saying no, it couldn't possibly be, that couldn't possibly exist, he stuck to his guns and was right. That's amazing. Obscure, famous. How you think? Oh, you're welcome. Yes. Yep. Hello. Hold on, I gotta turn my stuff on. Okay. That's pretty loud where I'm at. Who's out there?
How you going there, Greg?
Hey, what's going on, Andy?
Oh, lots of going on.
Yeah.
How have you been?
I've been good, you know. Pitched today. Didn't get the win, but pitched good. We just didn't catch the ball. But you know, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Our last game is the 15th, and then it's done. Season over. Boom.
Well, you're going in the winter soon, aren't you?
Yeah. Summer's over. Yeah.
Yep. So we've got to catch up with Teddy. I don't know whether anyone knows or not, but Ted's just released a new updated version book.
Oh, good. Good.
On his hypothesis of Ganymede. I think it'll be a little bit controversial in that he tends to go away from Saturn.
Yeah.
And more towards that'll be controversial.
No. Neptune with the Saturnian configuration. Yeah.
So you know, but like he says, it's an hypothesis.
Right.
So he's not claiming it's a fact, isn't it?
No, it's always interesting, you know. It is.
Yeah. So
Yamalama.
I don't understand. He's got. I'm not sure if the full book's available yet, but I know he's got an e-version on Amazon.
Jan Hammer, Chris Kelly, the doctor. Good to see you, doctor. Donald Wages. Sorry. I'm just saying hello to some folks. I see them say hi to me all the time, and I'm watching the video, you know, I'm going, I can't answer. I feel bad.
That's a little bit of news.
Yeah. Well, what else is going on? Do you know of any? I mean, I've been kind of in my own little bubble lately, but what's going on with the world now? What's the deal with Trump? What's going on? We got to talk about Trump. Come on.
Do you reckon they'll put him in jail or what?
Well, I don't think they're going to be successful. No, because it's all a bunch of bullshit charges. Like, they're trying to charge him with knowing he lost in Georgia, but, lodging a complaint and making a recount and all that, knowing he lost. And they put, what's his name, his vice president, who doesn't like him, on the stands, and he said, no, Trump never said that to me. So that's just hearsay. How can you indict someone on hearsay? Oh, man, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to watch the play out.
Yeah, they're railroading him.
Yeah, although, he never did. I suppose you could look at it from an alternative view. He never came out on that day definitively saying, look, we've got to wear the result. There'll be another election in 4 years. Vote me in there.
Right.
You understand what I mean, Greg?
Oh, absolutely.
He never sort of nipped it in the bud right on the spot.
Yeah.
And I think you got to look at, too, in Atlanta and that, a few years ago, he had all those casinos go kaput. Left a lot of people owed a lot of money. So it could be a little bit of payback. So
that sucks.
But again, and I don't know, I might be wrong, but I just feel, these old men have had their turn.
Yeah.
You need to get some, younger people than that.
Well,
Things. They're looking to a bigger future than, say, their next birthday.
Well, let's just put it this way. The presidents that we had, from Bush to Obama, they didn't help the people at all. They had a law against monopolies in the media, and Clinton signed the law out, let the FCC divest, and then now 6 corporations own 92% of the media in America.
Yeah.
And they have more than 1,000 CIA assets.
And that's the same with banking, all those sort of important
everything. It's just
institutions have become controlled by a few groups there.
Yes, I know.
So,
we need someone to get in there that's true blue, that's straight, that's going to do this and give the people back what we've gotten taken away from us.
But I think you'd agree, though, the problem is, there's 2 real problems, but the big problem is you get elected through the money you raise, not necessarily through the policy and all that, it's so much monetary driven now.
Yeah.
That, and that's not only in the US, that's everywhere.
I would say if democracy truly have a chance in America, we'd probably have to get rid of Wall Street. And that never happened.
Get rid of special interest groups and how y'all.
The Wall Street, it's the rich. It's the rich versus the poor, and the rich have the money to buy, their politician.
Well, they have the money to influence the poor, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, no, it's going to be interesting. It'll be an interesting show.
Yes, indeed.
I'd just say, realistically, you and I are old enough, Greg, to know it doesn't matter who's in there all the same.
Right, I know, it's true, but
at the end of it, why do you have to bat for a side? Because they're all pretty much the same.
However, Trump had that border situated. He had it secure. As soon as Biden took over, they just all walked away from it. And now they're just streaming in. I mean, Bobby Kennedy went to one of the spots in where there's the border with Mexico and Arizona, and just in the little 45 minutes he was there, 153 people came through. Now, I mean, we can't just keep. And when you try to say, "Oh man, we got to stop it," they say, "Oh, you're a racist." It's not. It doesn't have anything to do with it. But speaking of that, when Rome fell, it fell from within. They couldn't afford to give the Romans what they earned because they had too many refugees coming in and getting on the government, teat. And it collapsed Rome. Of course, they just took over the Pope there and became Catholic.
No one asked the question, why are they all doing that?
What?
Right? Because over the years, in the countries they live in, we've put yes-man despots in charge.
Yeah.
Of those countries.
Over democracies. Over democracies.
Well, they are a form of democracy. But we've put them in under the guise of democracy.
As long as
them, finance, all that. And then they've just run those countries into the ground. And now the people are wanting out.
No doubt. Yeah, I know.
We need to be looking at how do we help those people make their countries good countries to live in so they can want to come here. Come
right.
visit.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. It's we don't have a very friendly foreign policy, that's for sure. They probably think we're the devil himself, which we are. So.
Janice Phillips said, "Here's that tuning port lady. U2.be.
Oil and things like that.
Oh yes. Yeah. Well, I read a headline somewhere that said oil going to $350 a barrel. Is that true?
Oh, I don't know.
Man, if that's true.
If no one's drilling oil, looking for more oil, new oil, whatever you want to call it, because of all this climate fear, eventually it's going to get to the point where there's insufficient amounts of oil, and of course that will cause the price to go through the roof.
Well, that's exactly what happened between 75 and 81. OPEC decided to stop pumping oil. And we had an energy crisis of the 70s. That's when everybody started going down to the little 4-cylinder and the little bug. Before that, we were 8 cylinders and 6 maybe. But
But you heated your houses with oil. Everything was oil.
Yeah, everything was oil. And then in 1980, they came out with. They ended up getting, instead of like 15 billion a barrel, they got 100 billion a barrel. That's why the price of gas jacked up. Now it's 350 billion, or 350 a barrel. What I mean, that's freaking billions. That price is just going to go up and up and up in the winter time too. It just it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. We've got to get this current presidency. They're killing us.
It's a numbers. I hate to say it. It's a numbers game. This is all a ploy. This is all a puppet.
Oh, I don't know.
Panic and make the people do what they want us to do. I feel like politicians and parties they're two peas of the same bird.
Well, there's those people, of course, but there are honest operators, man. There are good people that want to lead. Everybody should get out of the way and let them lead, like RFK Jr. The guy's transparent, man. He's been fighting the big Monsantos and all that his whole career, and he's never lost. So, and they try to make him out like he's some kind of weird monger, like trying to milk people for their money. He's never ripped anybody. The Kennedy family is so rich, they get a piece of every bottle of scotch sold in America to this day.
They don't want him in.
No, they're afraid he'll be killed, and I'm afraid of that too. But he's an honest shooter. He's a straight shooter.
That's the problem with a tyrannical, corrupt government and even world government.
But no doubt, he's killed his uncle and his dad.
And we as the people are so busy bickering over which party is better that so many don't see.
Yeah,
Janice Phillips said yumnaturals.store.
What's really going on.
Thank you, Janice. Yeah. Hey, where'd you go, Andy?
I'm here, and a two-party system allows for that because it's stifles through discussion, debate, whatever they want to call it.
Two-party system.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's played out like a football game, you know. This is your team.
Yeah. It's just amazing, but I'm independent. When I was young, I was kind of like a liberal, high in the sky.
Doctor.
Janice. Then when I got older, I got a little bit more conservative. I became a Republican, but I saw both sides were flawed. All they did was just hate the other side. That's all and nobody gets anywhere. They just pontificate.
Well, the thing about it is, in public they hate each other, but in reality they're in bed with each other.
Yeah.
That's the.
And they all got freaking scams going on where they're getting kicked, a few million in bribes to hire this guy or get money, get this guy this contract. They're all in a scam together.
Yep.
We got to get honest people in there. That's all I'm saying. I can go on all night with that.
And I'm an independent myself.
Yeah.
I am pro smaller government. So I'm fiscally conservative and socially liberal. What people do in their bedrooms is none of my business. Their choices for their bodies are none of my business.
Yeah, I gotta.
Just leave me alone with that nonsense and all the stuff that people are bickering about right now. You want to practice your religion? That's none of my business. I don't care what religion it is. It doesn't matter. It's not my business.
Right, I don't know. Everybody's too offended these days. They get offended.
Yeah, that's right. Just don't push it on me. If that's what you want to believe, you believe it, but don't push it on me that I have.
That's right, yeah.
Look, the other thing is, every time something happens out of the ordinary now, everybody goes running, it's the government's fault, the government's got to fix it. And that's what's creating.
Well, you're right about that.
Where's everyone's going? Oh, it's the government's fault. Well, no, it's our fault because we're not dealing with it ourselves.
But you also got a lot of people that really like to put out this oh man, they're gonna renege on Social Security. Oh God, it's coming. It's coming. Get ready and buy this food. I'm just, come on, man. Don't fear mongers. It's even like the remember Nibiru? Nibiru is gonna come and crash into the earth. That already happened. It was called Saturn theory.
I was listening to a discussion, Greg, the other day, and it was that Malcolm Blendell who talks about the using plasma as a fuel and what he's done with it, and he talked about a bit about it and how he traps somehow or other he's trapping it in a cubit, feeding different gases in, and then it expands, he's saying, inside these cubits, and basically it's consuming, so it can't get out of the cubit, and then it becomes...
Janice Phillips said VitalityCycles.com.
But the thing is, one of the issues is, yes, we know we have to look at alternative fuels than just oil, because the problem with oil is now, when we want oil, or require oil, it tends to be in places like the Middle East and that. So we end up causing, it's not like we can just produce it ourselves, if you get what I mean. So what happens is then we cause all the political upheaval because we try to want to get the best deal we can get and they want to get the best they can get. So I think, lots of what JFK is talking about we have to look at some of these alternatives, and when you say about some of the big companies he's took on over the years. But you can't just throw your pot then in the solar, like I look at solar and wind farms, that's like an Iron Man competing.
Janice Phillips said just put it in your cart and check your email. 100% free.
To get energy.
I'm sending you a bottle of her Vitality caps next week.
Yeah, go, Val.
Sorry. That was...
I almost say that's going on in my neck of the woods right now. And, you know, Greg, you living in the same state as I do, in the Great Lakes state.
Yeah.
In my neck of the woods, right near the Great Lakes, they're trying to put a electric vehicle battery plant, and the toxins produced by producing those batteries leach into the soil, which then leaches into the largest freshwater supply in the world.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and that's actively going on right here near us in the Great Lakes state, in Metro Detroit. It's like 3 miles from my house.
My bass player
And
says...
it's all bought politics too.
My bass player Eric says the whole world is contaminated with radiation too.
It probably is.
We're destroying our atmosphere. We're causing nature to make a change in life.
Yes.
And it could be like it don't belong to, you know, we don't fit.
So you got to look at it like this: nuclear. Nuclear is a great fuel and everything with it.
Janice Phillips said RNCstore.com.
What you do with the
Sorry, I don't think Jan knows that she. I'm gonna kill the headphones. I don't think she knows that's coming through. Hold on a sec. All right, yeah. Well, no, then shit.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Can I just?
Yeah. Right.
Can I just mute the headphones? I'm sorry. I just wanted to. No, I can't. Okay. Well, we'll just have to put.
Janice Phillips said just some links and info for you.
So the only thing I was going to say was what you're saying, Val, with those batteries is right, because I always ask this question to anyone promoting it. The batteries have an 8 to 10 year lifespan as a rule. What are you going to do with the batteries at the end of it? Because they say to break them down costs 5 times more than it costs to produce them. And their answer is always, oh, that's a good. And like I was going to say, we all know nuclear is potentially a really good fuel, but you do have small amounts of the finished product that, well, lives for thousands of years. So what do you do with it? You know, if you bury it somewhere where it's meant to be contained and safe, who's going to know about it? Who's going to know about it to look after it in, say, 1,000 years' time, when it's still technically active? And that's the issue.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing here in Michigan with our nuclear power plant.
Well, how many generations do we have left? 2 or 3, maybe? You know?
Maybe. What we have is our nuclear power plants here, and my husband has worked in them. What's the remainder of the uranium to produce nuclear fuel, it is buried in steel encasement under the earth. But what happens if that forms a leak, especially as near to the Great Lakes as it is?
Guys, I got to get back to the videos. We're down. That was a good chat. It was good talking to you. I'm losing. I got 32 left. All right, I'll see you guys. Talk to you soon. Next break.
Bye. All right, bye.
We're going to get right back to it right now. I'm going to read something to you, and you tell me if you know who wrote it. Estimates that super technological starmen with interstellar spaceships may have visited Earth some 5,000 times since life first proliferated on Earth some 500 million years ago. All right, time's up. The answer is Carl Sagan. How about that? I guess he can, engage and talk like that, but had Velikovsky ever done that when he was coming out with his book, they would have probably wanted to put him in a mental hospital. Carl Sagan kind of came around to seeing things Velikovsky's way, it looks like there at the end. There's another one. Dr. V. Ranghavan, head of Sanskrit at University of Madras. 50 years of researching this ancient works convinces me that there are living beings on other planets, and they have visited Earth as far back as 4000 BC. I would say further, much further. There is just a mass of fascinating information about flying machines, even fantastic science fiction weapons, that can be found in translations of the Vedas, Indian epics, and other ancient Sanskrit texts. Well, we've known that for a while. And this one really gets me. Dr. Robert Bloom, a mainstream paleontologist, came out with a pronouncement that probably staggered all of his colleagues, saying it was clear to him that evolution was accomplished not by natural selection or mutations, but by spiritual beings of various grades and various kinds of intelligence. Even the hardcore mainstreamers end up coming out and saying this. And here's one of the things that gets me. I don't think for a minute that Cro-Magnon went extinct. Cro-Magnon man appeared with the mysteriously improved skeletal characteristics and with a cranial capacity that is amazingly in excess by 100 cubic centimeters of that of modern man.
Janice Phillips said this wand is pricey, but may be worth looking into.
Absolutely
Yummy.
no other
Doctor.
species on Earth in all the ages of the past not has any genus shown evidence of brain mutation of a comparable magnitude since antiquity. Why aren't the apes getting bigger brains and evolving? The rabbits. No other species. The brains of all these early humans were 10 to 15% larger than ours. Well, this even goes further. We got them as cavemen. I don't think that they were cavemen. I know that one thing said that they could figure out the mysteries of the universe. Now, Hoagland says that you can get, when you look at the moon up close, you see a light at the edges, and that is the crystalline structures or glass structures that were built like domes. And, this is what the moon looks like just looking at it through my regular lens. It's pretty bright and can't make much out. And when I zoom in on it, you can see what he's talking about. And you see that light around the edges there. It's green, sometimes it's blue. Just depends. Now, I don't know if this is a photography effect or if it's like he said.
It's a lens effect, I found out.
Through glass structures. Could very well be. Many times I've poo-pooed things that Hoagland has said, but more often than not, it turns out that he's not just talking out of his butt. He seems to have a grasp on this thing. I sometimes thinks that he sees a building in every rock pile, but yet, see, to us, as an untrained eye, it might look like a rock pile. I know that the man has to have a lot of experience, so I have to give him his props for that. He's really trying to make a difference and bring us what they're up to over there at NASA. And I think that's a good thing. I think that he's sincere in his work.
line with the actual solid horizon of space above the air glow. Now pay attention to your screen at the top center. You will see a dot of light appear and begin to move from right to left. Watch carefully. The dot will turn hard right in apparent response to a brief flash from the lower left. 3 seconds later, 2 contrails move sharply upward from the lower left. In my opinion, the NASA shuttle video you have just seen is among the most extraordinary pieces of footage in television history. A truly extraordinary leak of what has to be the world's most secret military program. This is not just wild-eyed speculation. There is a document which was uncovered in the 1980s, declassified by the Air Force from the Wright-Patterson Technical Library in Ohio, that in fact reveals in the 1950s, for approximately 10 or 20 years, this nation, all the major aerospace companies were engaged in research on electrogravitic technology. Electrogravitics is basically the control of gravity. In 1958, after a special conference arranged among all these players by the Air Force, all reference to this technology in the open literature disappeared. But underground, quietly, with secret, black-budgeted money, who knows what by now these people and these processes could have developed.
That's all they are. So, you know, my problem here is if we keep explaining every human technological innovation by crashed and recovered extraterrestrial flying saucers, pretty soon we're going to have to start crashing stuff on ET's world so that they can catch back up with us. I mean, this is
a brighter moon. Many traditions persist that at some time in the past the moon was much brighter than it is now, and larger in appearance than the sun. In many rabbinical sources it is stated that the sun and the moon were equally bright at first. The same statement was made to D. Sahagan by the Aborigines of the New World. The sun and the moon had equal light in the past. At the other end of the world, the Japanese asserted the same. The Nihongi Chronicle says that in the past, the radiance of the moon was next to that of the sun in splendor. Traditions of many peoples maintain that the moon lost a large part of its light and became much dimmer than it had been in earlier ages. In order that the sun and the moon should give off comparable light, the Earth without the moon. The period when the Earth was moonless is probably the most remote recollection of mankind. Democritus, Anaxagoras, taught that there was a time when the earth was without the moon. Aristotle wrote that Arcadia in Greece, before being inhabited by the Hellenes, had a population of Pelasgians, and that these aborigines occupied the land already before there was a moon in the sky above the earth. For this reason, they were called Proselines. Apollonius of Rhodes mentioned the time when not all orbs were yet in the heavens, before the Danai and Deucalion races came into existence, and only the Arcadians lived, of whom it is said that they dwelt on the mountains and fed on acorns before there was a moon. Plutarch wrote, in Roman Questions, there were Arcadians of Evander's following, the so-called pre-lunar people. Similarly, wrote Ovid, the Arcadians are said to have possessed their land before the birth of Jove, and the folk is older than the moon. Hippolytus refers to a legend that Arcadia brought forth Poliscus, of greater antiquity than the moon. Lucian, in his astrology, says that the Arcadians affirm in their folly that they are older than the moon. Censorinus also alludes to the time in the past when there was no moon in the sky. Some allusions to the time before there was a moon may be found also in the scriptures. In Job 25:5, the grandeur of the Lord who makes peace in the heights is praised, and the time is mentioned before there was a moon. And it did not shine. Also in Psalm 72:5 it is said, Thou wasn't feared since the time of the sun and before the time of the moon, a generation of generations. A generation of generations means a very long time. Of course, it is of no use to counter this psalm with the myth of the first chapter of Genesis, a tale brought down from exotic and later sources. The memory of a world without a moon lives in oral tradition among the Indians. The Indians of Bogota, highlands in the eastern Cordilleras of Colombia relate some of their tribal reminiscences to the time before there was a moon. In the earliest times, when the moon was not yet in the heavens, say the tribesmen of the Chibchas, there are currently 3 theories of the origin of the moon. 1. The moon originated at the same time as the Earth, being formed substantially from the same material, aggregated and solidifying. 2. Was formed not in the vicinity of the Earth, but in a different part of the solar system, and was later captured by the Earth. 3. The moon was originally a portion of the terrestrial crust and was torn out, leaving behind the bed of the Pacific. All 3 theories claim the presence of the moon on an orbit around the Earth for billions of years. Mythology may supply each of these views with some support. Genesis 1, for the first view. The birth of Aphrodite from the sea, for the third view. Aphrodite's origin in the disruption of Uranus, and also the violence of sin, the Babylonian moon, seems to support the second view. Since mankind on both sides of the Atlantic preserved the memory of a time when the Earth was without a moon, the first hypothesis, namely of the moon originating simultaneously with the Earth and in its vicinity, is to be excluded, leaving the other 2 hypotheses to compete between themselves. We have seen that the traditions of diverse peoples offer corroborative testimony to the effect that in a very early age, but still in the memory of mankind, no moon accompanied the Earth. Since human beings already peopled the Earth, it is improbable that the moon sprang from it. There must have existed a solid lithosphere, not a liquid Earth. Thus, while I do not claim to know the origin of the moon, I find it more probable that the moon was captured by the Earth. Such an event would have occurred as a catastrophe. If the moon's formation took place away from the Earth, its composition may be quite different. There is no evidence to suggest whether the moon was a planet, a satellite of another planet, or a comet at the time of its capture by the Earth. Whatever atmosphere it may have had was pulled away by the Earth, by other contacting bodies, or dissipated in some other way. Since the time the moon began to accompany the Earth, it underwent the influence of contacts with comets and planets that passed near the Earth in subsequent ages. The mass of the moon being less than that of the Earth, the moon must have suffered greater disturbances in cosmic contacts. During these contacts, the moon was not carried away. This is due to the fact that no body more powerful than the Earth came sufficiently close to the moon to take it away from the Earth for good. But in the contacts that took place, the moon was removed repeatedly from one orbit to another. The variations in the position of the moon can be read in the variations in the length of the month. The length of the month repeatedly changed in subsequent catastrophic events. And for this, there exists a large amount of supporting evidence. In these later occurrences, the moon played a passive role, and Zeus in the Iliad advised it, Aphrodite, to stay out of the battle in which Athena and Ares, Venus and Mars, that I pronounced wrong for the whole video, were the main contestants. What I'm thinking is when Earth was a satellite of Saturn, of course, the moon probably wasn't, there was a time when it wasn't with the Earth, maybe not even with the planets. And it sounds like there might have been a time when the moon was very close to the Earth and still molten, which if that was the case for a while, it could have acted as the big masculine body that was observed in the last episode. So that's a possibility, and the Earth captured the moon, like it said, and it slowly receded, or something maybe pulled it. There's so many things that could have happened, but delving down into it and trying to figure it out is fascinating. All right, references.
Hippolytus, Refutatio Omnium Heresium VE. Aristotle FR, 591 ed. V.
Plutarch, Moralia, translated by F.C. Babbitt. Section 76.
Fasti, translate by Sir J. Fraser, 290. Refutatio Omnium Heresium VE.
Lucian Astrology, translated by A.M. Harmon, 1936.
Liber de Di Natali 19, also Scholium on Aristophanes' Clouds, line 398. Ed von Humboldt, VUE's Des. Cordy years 1816, English translate researches concerning the institutions and monuments of the ancient inhabitants of America, 1814, Volume 1, p. 87, cf. H. Fisher in Modern World, 1930.
In addition to the sources cited above, the Nihongi Chronicles of Japan transactions proceeding on the Japanese society, which recount how heaven and earth produced the moon god. The Kalevala of the Fens recalls a time when the moon was placed in orbit.
Cf. The effects of such an event on the Earth's rotation calculated by H. Gerstenkorn in Zeitschrift für Astrophysik 36, 1955, p. 245. Arrhenius.
Two alternatives for the history of the moon. Science 165, 1969. S.F. Singer and L.W. Banderman. Where was the moon formed? Science, 1970. The moon was formed independently of the Earth and later captured, presumably by a three-body interaction, and these events were followed by the dissipation of the excess energy through tidal friction in a close encounter. More recently, a study of lunar paleotides has shown that the moon could not have been formed in orbit around the Earth. A.J. Anderson, Lunar Paleotides and the Origin of the Earth-Moon System. The Moon and the Planets, 1978. Because of a certain degree of instability in the Sun-Earth-Moon system, the planetary origin and capture of the Moon by the Earth becomes a strong dynamic possibility. R. Mackenzie and Sebehe, forget it. Stability of the Sun-Earth-Moon system. The Astronomical Journal, 1977.
Cf. U. B. Cherniak on recent lunar atmosphere, Nature, 273, the 15th of June, 1978, pp.
497. The author found strong theoretical evidence of a considerable atmosphere on the moon during the greater part of its history. Yeah, I remember reading about that before. I think it's trying to grow one now. Wow, that was a longer reference than the article. I always found it odd that the Earth had this planet of beautiful color with an atmosphere and water, and the moon, which is in the sun's comfort zone too, so-called, is barren and dead. I never quite got that. If we were both in the same place at the same time, we should look similar. I like going through the references. Astronomical knowledge before the deluge. A civilization was destroyed, the real value of which is incalculable. Hebrew tradition estimates that the population of the antediluvial world amounted to millions. Adam is said to have invented 70 languages. Cain, his son, built cities and monuments and ruled over kings. They were representatives of generations. According to Hebrew legends, the deluge and its time had already been predicted by Enoch, and even more ancient generations were astronomical calculations predicting the catastrophe. This might have been the knowledge of months and of years and periods of comets that the remote generations had acquired. It was in this celestial harmony and disharmony that the secrets of the upheavals were conceived to lie. The science about the times to which the calamity could return and fall on our earth was cultivated among populations. They had a vivid remembrance of days of misfortune or of lucky escape. It is told about the children of Seth, the son of Adam, that they were the inventors of that peculiar sort of wisdom which is concerned with the heavenly bodies and their order, that their inventions were not lost before they were sufficiently known. They made 2 pillars upon Adam's prediction that the world was to be destroyed. At one time by the force of fire, and on another time by the quantity of water. One was of brick, the other of stone, and they inscribed their discoveries. For they had noted the number of them. They found stone in great fate of the men who had refused to separate themselves, to inquire into the fate. It's interesting. The days thereafter, the kings who had turned back sent messengers to inquire into the fate of the men who had refused to separate themselves from Enoch, for they had noted the number of them. They found stone and great hailstones in the spot from where Enoch had risen. What was that all about? When they removed the stones, they discovered all of the bodies who had remained with Enoch. He alone was not among them. He was high in heaven. What the Agata means to tell is that a human being, and one gifted with the greatest wisdom concerning the heavenly bodies and their order, was brought away in a fiery storm which killed many, brought snow and meteorites, and which had been predicted by the one who disappeared. Some exact knowledge of the revolution of the bodies in the sky is ascribed here to the antediluvian generations. It is said that the real period of grace endured not for 7 days, but for 120 years. During this time, the flood was over mankind as a threat. Sanhedrin 108b. Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews 2:8, borrowed by Yasher Bereshit.
Genesis 5:24.
I was live in Hernando, Mississippi, where there's been spottings of a cougar and away from where a local man rolled his cell phone video on what some say is a cougar. Right back with a lot of reports.
Look at this picture here of the face on Mars, the left side. What does that look like to you? Kind of looks like a lizard to me. You see the lizard eye there? The slit? That's digital. And then they switch it over to analog and you get this. It's kind of weird. What caused Venus and Mars to shift their orbits? When Venus became a new member of the solar system, it moved on a stretched ellipse and for centuries imperiled the other planets. Because of its dangerous circling, Venus was diligently observed in both hemispheres, and records were kept of its movement. In the last centuries before this era, the 225-day year of Venus, and apparently also its orbit, were practically the same as in modern times. As early as the second half of the 7th century before this era, Venus, watched with anxiety, had already ceased to be a cause of dreadful expectation. It probably reached, then, the orbital stage in which it was found in the last centuries before this era, and where we still find it today. What caused the change in the orbit of Venus? I shall pose another problem besides the first. Mars did not arouse any fears in the hearts of the ancient astrologers, and its name was seldom mentioned in the second millennium. In Assyrio-Babylonia, in inscriptions made before the 9th century, the name of Nergal is found only on rare occasions. On the astronomical ceiling of Sinmut, Mars does not appear among the planets. It did not play any conspicuous part in the early mythology of the celestial gods. But in the 9th or 8th century before this era, the situation changed radically. Mars became the dreaded planet. Accordingly, Mars Nergal rose to the position of the frightful storm and war god. The question must then present itself. Why, previous to the time, did Mars signify no danger to the Earth? And what caused Mars to shift its orbit nearer to the Earth? The planets of the solar system move in nearly the same plane, and if one planet were to revolve along a stretched ellipse, it would endanger the other planets. The two problems, what caused Venus to change its orbit, and what caused Mars to change its orbit, may have a common explanation. The common cause may have been some comet which changed the orbits of Venus and Mars, but it is simpler to suppose that the two planets, one of which had a greatly elongated orbit, collided, and that no third agent was necessary to bring about that result. A conflict between Venus and Mars, if it occurred, might well have been a spectacle observable from the Earth. It is not impossible that the two planets came repeatedly into contact, each time with different results. If a contact between Venus and Mars really occurred and was observed from the Earth, it must have been commemorated in traditions or literary monuments. When was the Iliad created? A mighty strife had waxen great within the members of the sphere. Well, it's raining outside. That's pretty cool. We got a little thunderstorm going on with my window open. I don't know if you can hear it yet. When was the Iliad created? A mighty strife had waxen great within the members of the sphere. Empedocles. I wonder if that's where we get the word impede from. To this day, it has not been established at what date the Iliad and the Odyssey were composed. Even ancient authors differ greatly in reckoning the time when Homer lived. It was established to be as late as 685 BC. The historian Theopompus, and as early as 1159 BC, certain authorities quoted by Philostratus. Herodotus wrote that Homer and Hesiod created the Greek pantheon not more than 400 years before me, which would mean not prior to 884 BC, or 484 BC, being regarded as the year of Herodotus' birth. The question is still debated. Some authors argue that there was a long interval between the time when the epic works of Homer were composed and the time when they were put into writing. Others think that these works must have been created not long before the Greeks acquired the art of writing, about 700 BC. It is also argued that the Greeks must have known this art long before 700 BC, on the assumption that Homeric works were created much before that date. It is generally assumed that the fall of Troy antedated Homer by several generations, and also the great epic works were the creation of generations. The fall of Troy is sometimes thought to have taken place in the 12th century. On the other hand, it has been shown that the cultural background of the Homeric epos is that of the 8th or even the 7th century. The Age of Iron was well underway, and many other details would preclude an earlier scene. It is highly probable that the Homeric works were created at that time or shortly thereafter. Whether these poems were first sung by a bard who lived centuries after the destruction of Troy depends on the time when Troy was destroyed. The tradition about Aeneas, who, saved when Troy was captured, went to Carthage, a city built in the 9th century, and from there to Italy, where he founded Rome, a city first built in the middle of the 8th century, implies that Troy was destroyed in the 8th or late 9th century. But for what purpose do I burden my present work with this question? It may seem that the two problems, how Venus changed its orbit to a circle and how Mars changed its orbit so as to come in contact with the Earth, are weighted with a third problem from a far-removed field and in itself complicated. And even if these matters have something in common, how can a problem with three unknowns be solved? We shall come closer to a solution of the astronomical problem with which we are concerned, and the problem of the epics of Troy, if we recognize the cosmic scene of these epics. A simple test can be made. If Ares, the Mars of the Greeks, is not mentioned in the creations of Homer, this would support the view that the Iliad and Odyssey were created in the 10th century or earlier, or at least that the drama they describe had taken place not later than this time. But if Ares is presented as a war god in these epics, it would indicate that they were composed in the 8th century or thereafter. It was in the 8th century that Mars Nergal, an obscure deity, became a prominent god. Epic poems rich in mythology that originated in the 8th or 7th century would not be silent about Mars, Ares, who became outrageous at that time. With this yardstick at hand, the epic poems of Homer must be re-examined. The task will not be difficult. The Iliad is full of descriptions of the violent deeds of Ares. And in this epic, the story is told of the battles which the Greeks, besieging Troy, waged against the people of Priam, king of Troy. Deities took a prominent part in these battles and skirmishes. Two of them, Athene and Ares, were by far the most active. Athene was the protectress of the Greeks. Ares was on the side of the Trojans. They were the chief antagonists throughout the epopee. At first, Athene removed Ares from the battlefield, and flashing-eyed Athene took furious Ares by the hand and spake to him, saying,
Ares, Ares, thou bane of mortals, thou blood-stained stormer of walls, shall we not now leave the Trojans and Achaeans to fight?
She led furious Ares forth from the battle, but they met together again in the field. Furious Ares was abiding on the left of the battle. Aphrodite, the goddess of the moon, wished to participate in the war also, but Zeus, presiding in heavenly Olympus, told her, Not unto thee, my child, are given works of war. Nay, follow thou after the lovely works of marriage. And all these things shall be the business of swift Ares and Athene. Athena or Athene? I'm going to find out. Thus the god of the planet Jupiter admonished the goddess of the moon to leave the combat, that it might be fought out by the god of the planet Mars and the goddess of the planet Venus. Phoebus, Apollo,
the god of the sun, spoke to the god of the planet Mars. Then unto furious Ares spake Phoebus, Apollo, Ares, Ares, thou blood-stained stormer of walls, wilt thou not now enter into the battle? And baneful Ares entered amid the Trojans' ranks. He called, How long will ye still suffer your host to be slain by the Achaeans? The battlefield was darkened by Ares, and about the battle furious Ares drew a veil of night to aid the Trojans. He saw that Pallas, Athene, was departed, for she, it was that bare aid to the Danaans. Hera, the goddess of the earth, stepped upon the flaming car, and self-bidden groaned upon their hinges, the gates of heaven, which the hours had in their keeping, to whom are entrusted great heavens and Olympus. She spoke to Zeus.
Zeus, hast thou no indignation with Ares for these violent deeds, that he hath destroyed so great and so goodly a host of the Achaeans recklessly? Wilt thou in any wise be wroth with me if I smite Ares?
And Zeus replied, Nay, come now, rouse against him, Athene, who has ever been wont above others to bring sore pain upon him. So came the hour of battle. Then Pallas, Athene, grasped the lash and the reins, and against Ares first she speedily drave. Athene put on the cap of Hades, to the end that mighty Ares should not see her. Ares, the bane of mortals, was attacked by Pallas Athene, who sped the spear mightily against his nethermost belly. Then brazen Ares bellowed loud as 9,000 warriors or 10,000 cry in battle when they join in the strife of the war god. Even as a black darkness appeareth from the clouds when after heat a blustering wind ariseth, even in such wise did brazen Ares appear, as he fared amid the clouds unto broad heaven. In heaven he appealed to Zeus with bitter words of complaint against Athene. With thee are we all at strife, for thou art father to that mad and baneful maid, whose mind is ever set on deeds of lawlessness. For all the other gods that are in Olympus are obedient unto thee, but to her thou payest no heed, for that this pestilent maiden is thine own child. And Zeus answered, Most hateful to me art thou of all gods that hold Olympus. Forever is strife dear to thee, and wars and fightings. The first round was lost by Ares. Hera and Athene made Ares, the bane of mortals, to cease from his manslaying. In his vein the poem proceeds, its allegorical features being only too readily overlooked. In the 5th book of the Iliad, Ares is called by name more than 30 times, and throughout the poem he never disappears from the scene, whether in the sky or on the battleground. The 20th and 21st books describe the climax of the Battle of the Gods at the walls of Troy. Athene would utter her loud cry, and over against her spouted Ares, dread as a dark whirlwind, calling with shrill tones to the Trojans. Thus did the blessed gods urge onto two hosts to clash in battle, and amid them made grievous strife to burst forth. Then terribly thundered the Father of gods, and men from on high, and from beneath did Poseidon cause the vast earth to quake, and the steep crests of the mountains. All the roots of many fountained Ida were shaken, and all her peaks, and the city of the Trojans, and the ships of the Achaeans, and seized with fear in the world below was Aeneas, lord of the shades, lest above him the earth be cloven by Poseidon, the shaker of earth, and his abode be made plain to view for mortals and immortals. So great was the din that arose when the gods clashed in strife. In this battle of gods above and beneath, Trojans and Achaeans clashed. Together the whole universe roared and shivered. The battle was fought in gloom. Hera spread a thick mist
The river rushed with surging flood and roused all his streams tumultuously. Even the ocean was inspired with fear of the lightning of great Zeus and his dread thunder, when so it crasheth from heaven. Then rushed into battle a wondrous blazing fire. First on the plain was the fire kindled, and burned the dead, and all the plain was parched. Then to the river turned the gleaming flame, tormented were the eels and the fish in the eddies, and in fair streams they plunged this way and that. The fair streams seethed and boiled, nor had the river any mind to flow onward, but was stayed, unable to protect Troy. Upon the gods fell strife heavy and grievous. Together then they clashed with a mighty din, and the wide earth rang, and round about great heaven pealed as with a trumpet. Zeus, the heart within him, laughed aloud in joy as he beheld the gods joining in strife. Ares began the fray, and first leapt upon Athene, brazen spear in hand, and spake a word of reviling. These passages sound like they were written by Shakespeare or Francis Bacon. Wherefore now again, thou dogfly, art thou making gods to clash with gods in strife? Rememberest thou not what time thyself in sight of all didst grasp the spear, and let drive straight at me, and didst rend my fair flesh? This second encounter between Ares and Athene was also lost by Ares. He, Ares, smote upon her tasseled aegis. Thereon blood-stained Ares smote with his long spear, but she gave ground and seized with her stout hand a stone that lay upon the plain, black and jagged and great. Therewith she smote furious Ares on the neck and loosened his limbs. Pallas Athene broke into a laugh. Fool, not even yet hast thou learned how much mightier than thou I avow me to be, and that thou matchest thy strength with mine. Aphrodite came to the wounded Ares. So Aphrodite is the moon, took him by the hand and sought to lead him away. But Athene sped in pursuit. She smote Aphrodite on the breast with her stout hand, and her heart melted. And her heart melted? Sounds like it would be the seas of the moon. These excerpts from the Iliad show that some cosmic drama was projected upon the fields of Troy. The commenters were aware that originally Ares was not merely the god of war, and that this quality is a deduced and secondary one. The Greek Ares is the Latin planet Mars. It is so stated in classic literature a multitude of times. In the so-called Homeric poems, too, it is said that Ares is a planet. The Homeric hymn to Ares reads, Most mighty Ares, chieftain of valor, revolving thy fiery circle in ether among the 7 wandering stars, planets, where thy flaming steeds ever uplift thee above the 3rd chariot. But what might it mean that the planet Mars destroys cities, or that the planet Mars is ascending in the sky in a darkened cloud, or that it engages Athene, the planet Venus, in battle? Ares must have represented some elements in nature. Guess the commentators. Ares must have been the personification of the raging storm, or the god of the sky, or the god of light, or a sun god, and so on. These explanations are futile. Ares Mars is what his name says, the planet Mars. I find in Lucian a statement which corroborates my interpretation of the cosmic drama in the Iliad. This author of the 2nd century of the present era writes in his book on astrology this most significant and most neglected commentary on the Homeric epics. All that he, Homer, hath said of Venus and Mars, and of Mars, his passion, is also manifestly composed from no other source than this science, astrology. Indeed, It is the conjecture of Venus and Mars that creates the poetry of Homer. Lucian is unaware that Athene is the goddess of the planet Venus, and yet he knows the real meaning of the cosmic plot of the Homeric epic, which shows that the sources of his instruction in astrology were cognizant of the facts of the celestial drama. My interpretation of the Homeric poem, I find, has been anticipated by still others. Who they were, it is impossible to say. However, Heraclitus, a little-known author of the 1st century, who should not be confused with the philosopher Heraclitus of Ephesus, wrote a work on Homeric allegories. In his opinion, Homer and Plato were the 2 greatest spirits of Greece, and he tried to reconcile the anthropomorphic and satiric description of gods by Homer with the idealistic and metaphysical approach of Plato. In paragraph 53 of his allegories, Heraclitus confutes those who think that the battles of the gods in the Iliad signify collisions of the planets. Thus I find that some of the ancient philosophers must have held the same opinion at which I arrived independently after a series of deductions. The problem of the date when the Homeric epics originated was raised here, to be solved with the help of this criterion. If the cosmic battle between the planets Venus and Mars is mentioned there, then the epics could not have originated much before the year 800 BC. If the Earth and the Moon were involved in this struggle, the time of the birth of the Iliad must be lowered to 747 BC at least, and probably to an even later date. The first earth-shaking contact with our planet had already taken place, and for this reason Ares is repeatedly called Bane of Mortals, blood-stained stormer of walls. Homer was thus, at the earliest, a contemporary of the prophets Amos and Isaiah, or more likely he lived shortly after them. The Trojan War and the cosmic conflict were synchronous. The time of Homer was not separated from the time of the Trojan War by several centuries, possibly not even by a single one. The statement by Lucian regarding the inspiring drama of the Homeric epics, the conjunction of the planets Venus and Mars, can be refined. There was more than one fateful conjunction between Venus and Mars. At least 2 are described in the Iliad. In the 5th and 21st books, the conjunctions were near contacts. The mere passage of one planet in front of another could not have provided material for a cosmic drama. Well, we know now that it can. Exchange thunderbolts, and I thought that's where he was going to. The conjunctions were near contacts. The mere passage of one planet in front of another could not have provided material for a cosmic drama. I guess that would depend on how far away from each other they were. But he knows that. That's why I don't quite get that statement right now. The Ice Age and the Antiquity of Man. The mammoth lived in the age of man. Man pictured it on the walls of caves. Remains of men have repeatedly been found in Central Europe together with the remains of mammoths. Occasionally, the settlements of Neolithic man of Europe are found strewn with the bones of mammoths. Man moved southward when Europe was covered with ice, and returned when the ice retreated. Historical man witnessed great variation in climate. The man of Siberia, the meat of which is still fresh, is supposed to have been destroyed at the end of the last glacial period, simultaneously with the mammoths of Europe and Alaska. If this is so, the Siberian mammoth was also the contemporary of a rather modern man. At the time when Europe, close to the ice sheet, man was still in the later stages of Neolithic culture, in the Near and Middle East, the region of the great cultures of antiquity. He may already have progressed well into the Metal Age. There exists no chronological table of Neolithic culture because the art of writing was invented approximately at the advent of the Schlock Copper, the early period of the Bronze Age. It is presumed that the Neolithic man of Europe left pictures but no inscriptions, and consequently there are no means of determining the end of the Ice Age in terms of chronology. Geologists have tried to find the time of the end of the last glacial period by measuring the detritus carried by rivers from the glaciers and the deposits of detritus in lakes, the quantity carried by the Rhone from the glaciers of the Alps, and the amount on the bottom of Lake Geneva through which the Rhone flows were calculated, and from the figures obtained the time and velocity of the retreat of the glacial sheet of the last glacial period were estimated. According to the Swiss scholar Francis Forel, 12,000 years have passed since the time the ice sheet of the last glacial period began to melt, an unexpectedly low figure, as it was thought that the Ice Age ended 30 to 50,000 years ago. Such calculations suffer from being only indirect evaluations, and since the velocity at which the glacial mud had been deposited in the lakes was not constant and the amount varied, the mud must have assembled on the bottom of the lake at a faster rate in the beginning when the glaciers were larger. And if the Ice Age terminated suddenly, the deposition of detritus would have been much heavier at first, and there would be little analogy to the accumulation of detritus from the seasonal melting of snow in the Alps. Therefore, the time that has elapsed since the end of the last glacial period must have been even shorter than reckoned. Geologists regard the Great Lakes of America as having been formed at the end of the Ice Age, when continental glacier retreated and the depressions freed from glacier became lakes. In the last 200 years, Niagara Falls has retreated from Lake Ontario toward Lake Erie at a rate of about 5 feet annually, washing down the rocks of the bed of the falls. This process has been going on at the same rate since the end of the last glacial period. About 7,000 years were needed to move Niagara Falls from the mouth of the gorge at the Queenston to its present position. The assumption that the quantity of water moving through the gorge has been uniform since the end of the Ice Age is the basis of this calculation, and therefore it has concluded 7,000 years may constitute the maximum length of time since the birth of the falls. In the beginning, when immense masses of water were released by the retreat of the continental glacier, the rate of movement of Niagara Falls must have been much more rapid. The time estimate may need significant reduction and is sometimes lowered to 5,000 years. The erosion and sedimentation of the shores and the bottom of Lake Michigan also suggests a lapse of time counted in thousands, but not in tens of thousands of years. Also, the result of paleontological research in America carries evidence which constitutes a guarantee that before the last period of glaciation, modern man in the form of that highly developed race, the American Indian, was living on the eastern seaboard of North America. It is assumed that with the advent of the last glacial period, the Indians retreated southward, returning to the north when the ice uncovered the ground, and when the Great Lakes emerged, the basin of St. Lawrence was formed, and Niagara Falls began its retreat toward Lake Erie. If the end of the last glacial period occurred only a few thousand years ago, in historical times, or at a time when the art of writing may have been already employed in the centers of ancient civilization, the records written in the rocks by nature and the records written by man
must give a coordinated picture. Let us therefore investigate the traditions and the literary records of ancient man and compare them with the records of nature.
Well, that's gonna do it for me. I fell asleep. So, no wonder you guys got some extra time. That's cool. But I have to go, folks. And we'll see you next time. I hope I see you next weekend. I'll come out in a second. I crashed while we were showing the videos. What am I looking for? Oh, God. There you are. Yeah. Oh, man. That's the only action tonight. But it's Sunday night. So, just wanted to say goodbye to everybody. We've got quite a few new folks in here. Oh, man. Can barely see. Alright. Long live Greg J, and thank you. That's pretty cool to say. Crack House. Janice is here. That's wonderful to see. Wonderful. And, well, Steve Beamers. Hi, Steve. We got some new names in here. Haven't seen before. Of course, we got Janice. And Strange Days. And some of your names are weird. I can't even pronounce them. Well, it was good having a show with you tonight. I hate to show and run, but I'm gonna get back to sleep. I'm feeling pretty good. So I'll see you next time, folks. Take care of yourself. I'll see you on down the road, okay? It won't be long. Thank you. Good night. I love you. Please try to like, comment, share, and do donate if you can to help the cause. We could really use the help. Thank you so much, and good night. And it's good to see you, Jan.